Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome again for the conference. We have 2 days, today and tomorrow for the conference, and I am seeing in the program that we will cover an important range of topics. For example, the performance and efficiency of clubs and national teams, player evaluation and roster management, sport betting and implications, gender equity and organizational structure in sport, decision making under pressure, and the broader social and economic impact of sport in our societies or communities. We are fortunate to welcome two keynote speakers, James Reedy from the University of Reading and once again Brad Humphreys. They will guide us through cutting-edge research on topics such as player ranking systems and the evolution of the sport betting market. But beyond the presentation and sessions, this conference is also about building a community, about forming new research networks, supporting emerging scholars, and bringing students into a field full of potential. At the Department of Economics of the Pontificia Universidad Católica, we are proud to help shape this space. We hope this conference contributes not only to the growth of sport economics in Latin America, but also to position it in our university as a hub for dialogue, research, and innovation in the field. Thank you all for being here. We hope this day are filled with learning, exchange, and connection. Enjoy the conference. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Coates, and I'm chairing this session. There's 35 minutes per paper. That's about 25 minutes for the speaker and roughly 10 minutes for questions and answers afterward. If you are one of the speakers, I will give you a 5-minute warning, so when it's at 20 minutes, I will put my hand up to indicate. Then at the time it's to stop, I will stand up. If you keep talking, I will tackle you. So that we keep things on time, okay? So to begin, this morning, we have a paper from Luciana Cantera in Argentina?
Uruguay.
Uruguay, okay. That's a big mistake. And she will speak to us about internal competition and international performance evidence from South American soccer. I don't know how I'm going to signal to you your time, so we'll see what happens. All right, the floor is yours.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there. I would like to be there, but for personal reasons I can't travel. So thank you for making the possible of present virtually. And I'm sorry, but I will make my presentation in Spanish because I thought it's some in Spanish. So if you don't understand something, you let me know. I will try to explain it in English. but I'm sorry about that. El trabajo se llama Internal Competition and International Performance, Evidence from South American Soccer. Es un trabajo que está en proceso, así que todos los comentarios, todos los aportes son muy bienvenidos. Seguro me pueden ayudar mucho en potenciar este trabajo. Así que para mí esto es una buena oportunidad para eso y más que abierta a recibir todos sus comentarios. El objetivo de este estudio es estudiar si la intensidad competitiva de un mercado puede afectar el resultado de los agentes a nivel internacional. En este caso, los agentes que estoy considerando son los equipos deportivos, equipos de fútbol, y por lo tanto hay como dos objetivos específicos. Por un lado, lo que tiene que ver con medir el balance competitivo, de competitive balance de las ligas de fútbol, en específico las ligas de fútbol que participan de la Copa Libertadores. Y por otro lado, indagar sobre posibles relaciones del balance competitivo de las ligas nacionales con los resultados que obtienen los equipos que compiten a nivel internacional. El objetivo de esto es estudiar como ese vínculo entre el balance competitivo con la intensidad competitiva de una liga local en los resultados internacionales. Para esto, obviamente considero el término de balance competitivo, que como ya ustedes ya lo conocen, es un término que fue introducido por Rottenberg en 1956, que habla sobre cómo se distribuyen los talentos y cómo se distribuye la competencia a nivel de las ligas, y se parte esta idea de que, bueno, una distribución equitativa de talentos entre los equipos genera en los consumidores como una mayor atracción y por lo tanto van a estar más dispuestos a pagar por ese espectáculo. Como en términos generales, una liga que está balanceada desde un punto de vista competitivo, o sea, se dice que una liga está balanceada desde un punto de vista competitivo si a priori todos los equipos tienen las mismas posibilidades de ganar el campeonato. O sea, al iniciar el campeonato todos tienen la misma o similar probabilidad de obtener ese campeonato. Para medir el balance competitivo, estoy convencido de que hay varias formas de hacerlo y poder tener como medidas iniciativas del balance competitivo de las ligas nacionales. Un poco porque esto es como una primera aproximación, no existen como estudios previos hechos a nivel regional sobre esta temática, y también basado un poco en la literatura sobre organización industrial, y en gran parte por los datos con los que cuento, opté por medir el balance competitivo de dos maneras. Uno es que son también como ratios de concentración, o sea, medidas de concentración. Uno es el índice de Pearson-Herfingal, que la forma de cálculo de ese índice es, bueno, la sumatoria de todos los puntos que obtiene un equipo sobre los puntos totales que se obtuvieron en esa liga al cuadrado. Y por otro lado, el ratio de concentración, que bueno, en este caso se toma un ratio de concentración que toma los 4 mejores equipos, los puntos que obtuvieron esos 4 mejores equipos, y se divide sobre el total de los puntos del campeonato. Estas son como las dos medidas indicativas del balance competitivo de las ligas nacionales. ¿Por qué surge este trabajo? Bueno, en primer lugar porque tenemos esta potencialidad de los datos deportivos para comprender fenómenos económicos, o sea, en intentar comprender cómo afecta el nivel de competencia interno, la estructura del mercado interno en un país, sobre cómo se desempeñan a nivel internacional los entes. Porque los resultados son claros, porque los resultados son fáciles de medir y porque existen reglas claras, toda esta potencialidad que ya conocemos que tienen los datos deportivos. A su vez porque hay un interés de comprender el sector y el mercado deportivo en la región en particular, porque hay muy pocos estudios sobre el fútbol y sobre las ligas a nivel sudamericano. Entonces, bueno, motivada por esto fue que surge este trabajo, que tiene como su fundamento un poco en la literatura de organización industrial, y ahí aparecen las diferentes estructuras del mercado, desde la competencia perfecta hasta el monopolio, ¿no? Como en este abanico de estructuras de mercado, donde está por un lado lo que tiene que ver con el bienestar social y por el otro lado la maximización de los beneficios de las empresas. Bueno, no existe como un acuerdo o algo claro sobre en qué punto en ese abanico de estructuras de mercado es conveniente encontrarse para tener un mejor desempeño a nivel internacional. En 1990 Porter hace un estudio sobre las industrias con una estructura, diferentes industrias, pero lo que encuentra es que las industrias con una estructura más competitiva tienden a competir de manera más exitosa a nivel internacional que las industrias en las cuales hay mayor nivel de concentración. Y hay dos artículos que hacen algo parecido a esto, pero tomando datos de guías europeas. Uno es un trabajo de Manuel Tornero y Weber, que toma datos desde el 2008 hasta el 2018, y en este caso lo que hacen es como racionalizar la hipótesis de que a niveles intermedios de competitividad dentro de las guías nacionales, esos niveles intermedios de competitividad son fundamentales para lograr el éxito internacional. Hacen obviamente un modelo teórico para poder demostrar esto y después implementar con datos prácticos. Lo mismo se hace en el caso de Italia, que también toman datos del fútbol europeo, y lo que ellos parten es como de la idea de que a mayor competencia en la Liga Nacional, menor es la probabilidad de ganar en la competencia internacional. Entonces, partiendo desde esa idea, lo que van a buscar también a través del desarrollo de un modelo es encontrar cuál es la mejor estrategia para optimizar el rendimiento económico de las ligas en equipos que son maximizadores de beneficios. O sea, cuál es el punto óptimo para obtener ese máximo beneficio y el máximo rendimiento económico, considerando que los niveles de competencia internos afectan el desempeño a nivel internacional. Para esto lo que considero son datos de la Copa Libertadores. La Copa, un poco como es la organización de la Copa Libertadores, quizá algunos ya la conocen. Hay una fase preliminar donde entran varios equipos de fútbol y en esa fase preliminar se termina definiendo quiénes son los equipos que van a formar los grupos de la competencia, de la Copa. Y bueno, después de esa fase preliminar se forman los grupos, y los grupos se definen en función de cómo se conforman cada uno de los grupos, se define en función del ranking con el gol, y a su vez utilizan un sorteo para ver qué equipo va a venir cada uno de los grupos. Luego se pasa a la fase de octavos de final, donde clasifican 16 equipos, luego a los cuartos de final, a los que van a estar 8 equipos, la semifinal, que van a dar los 4 equipos, y luego una final. Que a partir del 2019, o sea, en 2019, la final fue de un solo partido. Antes eran de ida y vuelta, después fue un solo partido. O sea, de esas partidas de ida y vuelta, donde los dos equipos que clasifican juegan un partido local y un partido visitante, y el que gana clasifica a la siguiente fase, se da en los octavos de final, en el cuarto de final y en la semifinal. Para este trabajo en particular, lo que voy a tomar son los datos a partir de la fase de grupos. O sea, voy a dejar de lado todo lo que tiene que ver con la fase preliminar, porque bueno, la forma en que se organiza esa parte es un poco más confusa, y a partir de la fase de grupos es como más limpia la forma de organizar. Estos son algunos de los datos de lo que representa el deporte, o el fútbol, en cada uno de los países que son considerados en el estudio, a nivel de Latinoamérica, de Sudamérica, y pensando también bueno, que en realidad todas estas son como características o información que son más como difíciles de observar, ¿no? O sea, estos datos que figuran acá, como esa información refleja también información que es como difícil de observar, como lo que puede ser la tradición en el deporte, la cultura del deporte, la importancia que se da al deporte, la infraestructura. Entonces, acá se ven cosas como, por ejemplo, que de todos los países y las selecciones nacionales que han ganado campeonatos mundiales son solamente Brasil, Argentina y Uruguay, y también se ve un poco reflejado con la cantidad de Copas Américas que ganan las selecciones de los países en estos años. Esto estoy hablando hasta el 2020. Y bueno, y en el ranking que ocupan a nivel de FIFA, esa es la posición promedio entre el 2000 y el 2019, que se va a tomar su periodo de estudio. Y bueno, Brasil y Argentina figuran como entre de los países, que, o sea, las selecciones nacionales que tienen un mejor ranking FIFA. Y también estas competiciones también se ven bastante reflejadas en el valor total de la liga, ¿no? Hay como muchas diferencias, uno mira como la diferencia que hay entre cuánto vale la liga para los diferentes países, hay mucha variabilidad, que bueno, que obviamente va en el tamaño de la liga, pero también como en diferentes económicas que hay en cada una de ellas. Y una de las partes como más trabajosas de todo esto es el tema de la base de datos, porque si bien existen datos, hay mucha información, el tener una base que permita su análisis y su estudio, nada, la verdad que es un poco más complejo. Y bueno, y acá existe la posibilidad como de ir buscando la información que necesito en todas las eh, en las selecciones, las posiciones de fútbol de cada uno de los países, también hay datos más unificados. La realidad es que después de haber hecho toda esta búsqueda, lo que encontré fue que en la página de Wikipedia esto está bien estandarizado año a año, como es los campeonatos y las tablas de posiciones tienen el mismo formato, con datos también. Entonces, usando esa información, lo que se elaboró es una base de datos para los países de Argentina, Brasil, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, México, Paraguay, Perú, Uruguay y Venezuela, entre los años 2000 y 2019. Y la estructura de los datos toma como dos aspectos, ¿no? Como dos grandes aspectos. Por un lado, lo que tiene que ver con la tabla de posición final en el campeonato nacional. Esto quiere decir, bueno, cómo terminan los equipos al finalizar el campeonato, la posición que obtienen cada uno de los equipos y cuál es el porcentaje de puntos que obtuvieron en este campeonato. Esto en cada una de las ligas, y acá no estoy considerando partidos extra como pueden ser finales, como pueden ser playoffs, ¿no? Como, solamente estoy quedando con los partidos que se juegan dentro del campeonato. Y por otro lado, lo que es como la tabla de posición final en la Copa Libertadores, ¿no? La primera parte va a ser para analizar el balance competitivo de las ligas, y por el otro lado va a ser para analizar, bueno, cuál es el desempeño a nivel internacional. ¿Hasta acá me escuchan bien?
Sí.
Perfecto. Yendo a los indicadores de balance competitivo por país, y de la forma de cálculo es como la dije bien al principio, se consideran dos indicadores, el Hirschman-Feldinghal y el ratio de concentración. Esto está multiplicado por 100 para que sea más claro de ver, y es el promedio entre el año 2000 y 2019 para las diferentes ligas de estos países, y ambos indicadores están bastante correlacionados, o sea, cuando se encuentra un índice de Hirschman-Feldinghal más bajo, también el ratio de concentración también es más bajo. Una cosa que no dije antes es que en realidad los ratios de concentración, o sea, tanto el ratio de concentración como el índice más alto significan que el balance, o sea, que la liga está menos balanceada a nivel competitivo, y cuanto más bajo es ese valor, entonces hay un mejor balance competitivo. Y Argentina, Brasil, México, Colombia son las ligas que presentan esos balances competitivos con mejores resultados, o sea, más balanceados. Y bueno, después ligas como Bolivia, como Ecuador, como Paraguay presentan un menor balance competitivo. De hecho, el ratio de concentración para Paraguay, por ejemplo, es de 47,25, eso quiere decir que los 4 primeros equipos concentran el 47,25% de los puntos al finalizar el campeonato. Y bueno, esto es un poco la evolución en el periodo considerado entre el 2000 y 2019, de cómo se comporta el índice Hirschman-Feldinghal. Y lo que se ve es que en algunos países hay como poca variabilidad de este índice, como que tiende a ser bastante constante en el tiempo, pero sin embargo hay casos en los que sí hay variabilidad, y otros casos en los cuales se dan como grandes saltos, como por ejemplo en Argentina, en Venezuela, donde hay cambios abruptos de un año al otro en el valor del indicador, y esto es en parte por cambios en la forma, en la estructura de la liga, en la incorporación de más equipos a la competencia o menos equipos en ese año de la liga, que afectan el valor del indicador. Bueno, uno de los desafíos es armar como una tabla de posiciones de la Copa Libertadores. Una de las cosas que no puedo hacer es quedarme como con el equipo en particular, porque lo que sucede es que el equipo, por ejemplo, compite un año, pero al año siguiente no vuelve a competir, y entonces eso hace que el balance quede como incompleto, o sea, como todo el panel de datos quede incompleto. Entonces lo que voy a tomar es el país como unidad de análisis, o sea, cada país va a ser la unidad de análisis, también considerando que el valor del indicador de concentración lo voy a tener para cada liga a nivel nacional. Entonces lo que armé fue una base donde se toma como posición 1 y 2. Uno es el equipo que ganó, que salió campeón, y 2 es el equipo que quedó segundo. Luego aparecen con una posición de 3 los que jugaron la semifinal, 4 aquellos que jugaron cuartos de final, 5 los octavos de final, 6 los que quedaron terceros en el grupo y 7 los que quedaron cuartos en el grupo. Y dentro de cada uno de estos grupos se ordena en función de cómo fue su resultado a nivel de grupos. O sea, todos los que quedaron terceros en el grupo están ordenados dependiendo de cuáles fueron sus puntos en el grupo, y si en caso de empatar, cuáles son la cantidad de goles a favor, cuáles en contra, la cantidad de goles. Eso hace que se ordenen acá adentro. Ahora, lo que voy a tomar es una variable que es la posición, que luego de que están así ordenados como les mostraba antes, esa posición va a tomar valores desde 1 hasta 32, ¿no? Y en ese mismo orden. Pero como a mí me interesa en realidad el país, me voy a quedar con el equipo que tuvo un mejor desempeño a nivel internacional. Entonces, por ejemplo, en el caso de Brasil, el equipo que tuvo un mejor desempeño es Flamengo, porque obtuvo la primera posición, y luego aparece Argentina y su posición va a ser 2, esta es mi variable dependiente, que es mi variable relevante, o sea, la posición. Luego aparece Paraguay y la posición va a ser 7, Ecuador y la posición va a ser 8, y así tomando a todos los países que forman parte del estudio. Entonces me quedo con solamente esos países y su posición, y eso es algo así como el resumen de lo que sería la base de datos solamente para 2019, que es un panel. Está lo mismo para el año 2000 hasta el 2019, y aparece, bueno, el país de Brasil tuvo la posición 1, Argentina la posición 2, Paraguay la posición 7, y así, por ejemplo, Bolivia la posición 27, y el indicador de balance competitivo es el que está acá el costado. Entonces así sería como la estructura de la base de datos replicada durante todos los años entre el 2000 y el 2019. Y bueno, para dar un poco de información de cómo fue la participación y el desempeño de las libertadores de estos países, la frecuencia con la que se ganó la Copa también está como concentrada en muy pocas ligas, en muy pocos países. Entre el 2000 y el 2019, el 40% de las ediciones las ganaron equipos brasileños, el otro 40% equipos argentinos, y luego figuran equipos de Colombia, de Paraguay y de Ecuador como equipos que ganaron la Copa Libertadores. Después, este es el promedio de la cuestión del mejor equipo que estoy considerando como relevante. Entonces, en Brasil, en promedio, los equipos que mejor les fue tienen una cuestión promedio de 2,1, Argentina 2,45, ¿no? Y luego Venezuela, el mejor equipo tomando el mejor equipo, el promedio en todos estos años es 20,18. Y si considero todos los equipos que participaron de la Copa, no solamente el que les fue mejor, sino considerándolos a todos, también hay como bastante linealidad en esto, y bueno, y aparecen Brasil y Argentina como entre las mejores posiciones de todos los equipos.
Luciana,
También hay
quedan
una
5
diferencia sobre
minutos.
la cantidad de equipos que participan de la Copa dependiendo del país. Entonces, por ejemplo, Brasil y Argentina en todo este periodo medio participaron 5 o 6 equipos, ¿no? O sea, eso es lo que dice esto, pero en el resto de los países participan entre 2 y 3 equipos. Esto obviamente depende de la cuota que tienen disponible para participar y además de cómo fue el desempeño en la fase preliminar. Haciendo uso de este panel de datos, y bueno, considerando también algunos otros factores que podrían llegar a influir como medidas indicativas del desempeño del país, como por ejemplo el PBI, ¿no? que sería como el tamaño del país, como reflejar algunas cosas, y también considerando que hay varias como variables que yo no puedo observar, ¿no? Que son como efectos inobservables y que se ponen picos y que van a tener esto, ¿no? Como de la historia deportiva del país, como hay varias cosas que no estoy pudiendo captar con estos datos. Entonces, haciendo uso de los datos del panel, lo que voy a hacer es un modelo de efectos fijos que bueno, donde la variable dependiente, la variable relevante va a ser la posición, el puesto que alcanzó el equipo que tuvo mejor desempeño en la Copa en cada uno de los años. Después, la medida del valor de balance competitivo de las ligas nacionales, un indicador que es el número de equipos de cada país que clasifican la Copa, pero sobre el total de equipos que participan en la liga, como una medida también como indicativa de estas diferencias que pueden haber sobre la cantidad de equipos que participan. Y luego el Producto Bruto Interno y el ranking FIFA de la selección nacional de ese año. Y bueno, después hay un término de inobservables y un término de error. ¿Qué es cuál es el efecto que estoy encontrando? Bueno, lo que encuentro es un efecto que es positivo y significativo de cualquiera de los dos indicadores sobre la posición del mejor equipo el mejor equipo de cada uno de los países en el torneo. Esto lo que quiere decir en realidad, esto obviamente con los controles que figuran ahí y considerando también un modelo de este tipo, pero lo que quiere decir esto es que en realidad un aumento en el valor del balance competitivo, o sea, en uno de estos indicadores, mayor va a ser la posición final del equipo. O sea, cuanto mayor concentración hay, o sea, cuanto menor balance competitivo hay, mayor es la posición final del equipo. Y en este caso, que la posición final sea mayor es algo que no es deseable, ¿no? Porque lo que está diciendo es que al equipo le está yendo peor, ¿no? O sea, está más alejado de la primera posición. Entonces, el efecto que se encuentra es que una menor competencia interna, peor es la posición a nivel internacional, ¿no? O sea, cuanto menor competencia interna hay, peor le va a esos equipos que tienen mejor desempeño a nivel internacional. Algunos comentarios para finalizar. Bueno, se muestra esta relación positiva entre el nivel de competencia interna de la liga y el desempeño de los equipos que alcanzan mejores posiciones de cada país, o sea que una mayor competencia a nivel interno generaría mejores resultados de esos equipos a nivel internacional. Esto nos lleva a pensar de que, bueno, se podrían pensar como en estrategias, en considerar, en analizar las estructuras internas de las ligas deportivas para una mejor inserción internacional, para un mejor desempeño de esos equipos a nivel internacional. Y también pensar un poco en la literatura de redistribución de las ganancias generadas, bueno, si existe como la posibilidad de también como pensar en un mejor diseño de redistribución de ganancias que permita un mejor desempeño a nivel internacional, o sea, generar ligas más equitativas, más equilibradas, que no solo mejoren el desempeño internacional, sino que mejoren la atracción del público. Muchas gracias.
¿Hay preguntas?
Sí, un poco bajo, pero sí. Si me pueden hablar lento, mejor, porque así no se escucha bien.
Sí, dale, ¿no? Luciana, gracias por el estudio. De hecho, hay una literatura también que está en el Observatorio de Economía del Deporte en España, muy parecida. ¿Me escuchas ahora mejor?
Sí.
Listo. Y sobre lo último, justo terminaste con lo último. ¿Cómo influye, digamos, que este estudio en la Comebol, como para proponerlo para la repartición de los derechos de transmisión, digamos, equitativamente según, no sé si me voy a explicar, según el nivel de partidos que va avanzando cada equipo, ¿ya?
Bien. Sí.
¿Hay otra?
No sé si me estás hablando, pero no te
Sí,
escucho.
no. Sí, ya terminé, pero tal vez no me expliqué bien. Tal vez de tu estudio, como para presentarle a Comebol, para hacer la repartición de derechos de transmisión equitativamente, ¿sí? Tal cual lo hace como la Premier, ¿ya? La Premier centraliza digamos, los derechos de transmisión y la reparte según posición, según histórico. Bueno, también tienen una fórmula así como la que tú presentaste. Entonces, ¿cómo pudiese ser o tropicalizarse ese modelo para presentarlo, digamos, como a la Comebol en base a tu estudio?
Sí, yo no lo había pensado. Esto es algo que no lo he pensado, pero es un punto interesante como para considerar, porque sí es cierto que bueno, eso, que el avance de los equipos en las fases genera mayor atracción, ¿no? Para cada uno de los países y cómo se da esa división, sí.
¿Otra pregunta?
Gracias.
¿Otras dudas?
Gracias, profesor. Quería preguntarte si has hecho el ejercicio inverso, como por ejemplo pensar que la competitividad internacional pueda ser causada por otro factor, como por ejemplo el capital humano que hay dentro de los países digamos, que estamos viviendo, ¿no? Y que eso más bien cause una mayor industria y un mayor interés y una mayor entrada, o sea, una competencia, una liga más competitiva.
Sí, lo he pensado, como que en estas cosas es a veces como difícil tener la información, ¿no? Porque, o sea, el cómo medir el capital humano para las diferentes ligas no es del todo claro cómo hacerlo y cómo obtener esos datos, esa información. Capaz que a usted te ocurre algo en particular o
Buenos días, Luciana. Interesante tu propuesta. Una consulta, mira, sin denostar la información o la fuente que has utilizado, la pregunta va por las dificultades que has tenido de obtener esa información por parte de cada una de las ligas. Entiendo que cada liga tiene su propia federación, ¿no? Cada país tiene su propia federación. Y me extraña sobremanera que no hayas podido obtener esa información debido a que imagino que no hay, ¿no? Entonces esa es mi consulta. por qué esta ausencia de información y cuál sería el problema que tuviste para elaborar esta información? Gracias.
Sí, ahí, o sea, esa información está, pero muchas veces lo que no está es como el peligro histórico. Yo no hice tampoco como la consulta en cada una de las secciones de las asociaciones, pero en Uruguay pasa en particular que si uno entra como en lo que está disponible hasta el año 2010 hasta el 2015, y para atrás los datos no están. También hay como diferencias en cómo se presenta esa información, ¿no? O está en formato PDF, o sea, es como difícil de tomar todos esos datos, y por ahí viene como la dificultad. Obviamente siempre estamos hablando de datos de tablas de posiciones, ¿no? Después cuando queremos ir a datos más de económicos, por ejemplo, de valor de la liga, de valor de los equipos, de otro tipo de información, es información que no está disponible y que es muy difícil de conseguir, de acceder, y que esa información sí sea realmente confiable, ¿no? Relevante, porque los resultados sí son confiables, pero después todo lo que es información financiera no es del todo confiable, ¿no?
¿Otra duda? ¿No? Entonces yo voy a hacer preguntas. ¿Por qué no incluyó los países de Centroamérica? Porque a mí me parece que por dejarlos los peores, tal vez, sin éxito internacional, es un bias.
Sí.
¿Sesgo?
Sí, el tema ahí es que yo me quedé con la Copa Libertadores y esos equipos no participan de la Copa Libertadores.
Ok. No sabía.
Entonces, claro, o sea, podría como considerar otras competencias internacionales y incluir todo, ¿no? Porque eso podría ser una opción de incluir todo, otras competencias, mismo como ligas europeas. Pero claro, como seleccioné la Copa Libertadores, no tenía fundamento elegir nada, las ligas centroamericanas.
Gracias. ¿Otra? Entonces, gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias por los comentarios. Y que me tengan comentarios muy bienvenida.
So, I've been asked to go second because apparently Renzo is not here or is off practicing to speak it in English. I'm not sure. So I'm going to go second, and then we will pick up with him after that. And if he's still not ready, then we will go to Guillermo. Okay? I can't do that sitting down, but I have to stand while I talk, I guess. So, I want to thank the organizers for the conference. I was at the first one in Bogota and committed to Jorge that I would go wherever they organized one, so here I am. Probably if it was organized in Cuba or Nicaragua, I would avoid those two, but any place else in Latin America, I'm willing to go to.
Those aren't your slot. Esa no es la de You do Dennis's. Yeah, I'll do Dennis's.
So, yell at me if I hit my 20-minute mark. So, there's a large literature that has to do with performance by workers, whether they're sporting workers or other workers, in response to dispersion or concentration in pay. So the basic idea here is that if you are to see an impact of concentrated salaries or widely dispersed salaries in some setting, and the team is performs better or worse because of that salary concentration, then we think of the workers as somehow responding to this maldistribution of salary. And virtually every paper stops at the team level. Is salary concentrated? Yes. Then the team performs this way. How does that work, though? It must work through the participation of the individual performers, correct? The incentive is at the personal level, but virtually none of the papers that have been done in the past have looked at the performance of an individual worker in response to the concentration of pay. Now I say almost everybody. There is one paper, and it's this one by Rob Simmons and Dave Barry, where they actually look at what happens to the performance of the individual player when there is salary, highly concentrated salary, on the team. And then these other two papers, Uccio et al. And Delatorre et al., they do that sort of, but their performance metric is very subjective. Some writers write down whether they thought the player performed well or not. So that subjective assessment of performance is not what we're after here. We want to know, how did this person's activities contribute to the success of their team? So what we're going to do, and this is just so you can look at something other than me while I'm talking. What we're going to do is have a model that first takes performance statistics at the team level and predicts how successful that team is. And the measure of success is going to be the proportion of matches that the team wins. I also have how many points per game that the team gets. So in the sense of 3 for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for a loss, that's the way we're thinking about the points. But I'm going to focus just on the winning percentage because that's what most of the literature does. And so the question is, if the salary is highly concentrated on this team, do the individual workers, players in this context, on that team perform better or worse? Okay? So how we're going to do this, we're going to estimate a model that explains team production, use those coefficients to predict individual player contribution. That's going to be our outcome variable in, I guess you call it the third stage. The second stage is going to be taking the salaries of the players and finding both an explained portion. So what I did last year influences my pay this year. We're going to think of that as expected and create both, not both, all four of the Herfindahl index, the coefficient of variation, the Gini coefficient, and the tile measure of concentration. These are all commonly used measures of concentration of some random variable. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to run the salary regressions, predict what the salary of a player would be, then for the team, construct each of those 4 measures of salary concentration. Then we're going to use those measures as explanatory variables in determining how productive the size of the contribution of that single player. Okay? So that's where we're headed. The motivation in large part is because when you look at the team level, you get all sorts of different results. Some people find that higher concentration of salaries is good for team performance. Some people find that it's bad for team performance. So it's mixed results. The mixed results have two sort of genesis, I think. What are they? Different sports. So baseball, basketball, hockey, American football, and soccer all have different characteristics, in particular the number of players on the team, the intensity of the complementarity of the individual players. Those are all mixed together when you sort of look at all the different literature that people have done. So you get these mixed results. As I already mentioned, Rob and Dave are the two people who've done this. He did it for the NBA. Lucio and Delatorre are both for football, but they've used these subjective valuations, and that's not what we're going to do. So, we're going to construct, as I said, individual contributions from a team performance regression. We're going to construct an explained portion of salary and an unexplained portion of salary. And the idea there in the literature is that people on a team will think of salary concentration that is justified based on performance differently than salary concentration that they think is unfair. So the systematic portion, predicting salaries because these people performed well, we're going to respond differently to that than when we see a player getting paid a lot of money, say, and we can't justify it. We don't feel that that's very fair, and so we're going to respond differently. And then we're going to use the actual measure as well. Okay, so that's just laying out what I said a moment ago. Go ahead. So these are my questions, and I will come back to this slide with answers at the end. But basically, are the results similar across measures of output? So if I use winning percentage as the dependent variable, or if I use points per game as the dependent variable, do I get the same answer? Does it matter how we measure production? Second, are the measures similar across different measures of dispersion? I listed 4 different measures of salary dispersion. Do you get the same answer if you use any of them? That's motivated by the fact that in the literature, the answer is no. You don't. And then there's theoretical justifications, explanations for why or how salary concentration affects the workers. And so there is the tournament theory approach that would be associated with Lazeer and Rosen, and basically the idea there is there's this really high prize and you're going to compete harder for that prize if it's sufficiently bigger than the prize below it. So highly concentrated prize at the top leads to more effort by the people competing to win that big prize. That would be one theory. Second theory is workers are more productive, the team is more productive when they feel all fairly treated. That if salaries are all roughly the same, that we will respond by having greater team cohesion. We have greater fellowship on the team, and that leads to better production. Okay, so, and then there's a third theory called this, has different names, with sabotage theory. The player who can screw things up the most for the whole team is the guy you got to pay the most to. So if you think about soccer even for a second, you will realize, I think, that that's probably not true, because who could screw up the thing for the team most on a football field? It will be the goalkeeper, right? They are not the highest paid players. Nowhere near the highest paid players. So what theories do the results that I'm going to show you support? So the data I'm going to use is from Major League Soccer from 2007 through 2023. There's 8,500 individual player seasons. So take all of the players on each of those teams over that time. That's how many player seasons we would have. There's 351, actually 352 team seasons. Okay? I have both the base salary and the guaranteed salary of each of the players. And then I'm going to use performance metrics of goals, assists, shots, shots on target, red and yellow cards, fouls committed and suffered, and offsides. These are the measures of individual performance that are available on the internet, mostly from Major League Soccer's website, but also some from ESPN and some other places like that. And then winning percentage, this is a standard workaround when you have draws in North American sports. We like to have a winner for the most part. I often say that a tie is the equivalent of kissing your sister. So we are going to find a way to work around those. All right, and then potentially we're going to use points per game, but I'm not going to talk to you about those. So in team regressions, how many, what the winning percentage of the team was is being explained by goals and assists and shots on target and all of the things that I just mentioned. And what we get is goals and assists are positive and statistically significant. That's not much of a surprise, right? The more goals you score, the more likely it is you are to win. Red cards are statistically significant and negative. So if you have a bunch of players getting sent off and you're playing a man down, you're a lot less likely to win. And then I have a variable called first season. And describe this in great detail, but the idea here is that Major League Soccer went through and is going through lots of expansion. So there's 30 clubs now. At one time, there were 12. Clubs are entering into the league, and so this variable is when their first season in Major League Soccer occurred. Okay? So estimate the team regression, get the coefficients on those things, and I'll show you that in just a second. The average winning percentage increment of a player is 0.0098. Now, I should be careful. We call it the winning percentage, but actually it's the winning proportion. We don't multiply it by 100. So it's A divided by A plus B, and I leave it there. If I multiply by 100, I'd have a percentage. But because we like to be confusing, we call that ratio a percentage despite the fact that it's not. It's only a share. Okay? So the average player produces 0.0098. The standard deviation is 0.02, and the range is from minus 0.126 to 0.20. You can imagine that's a pretty darn productive player if they're adding 20 percentage points to your winning share. That's pretty impressive. And then when I look at that, there's 54 observations that are more than 5 standard deviations above the average. And if you know Major League Soccer, you probably could predict a lot of those individual players, who they might have been. Okay? So here's the winning percentage regression, and the only thing I'm going to point out is goals and assists are statistically significant, red cards are statistically significant, and you can not reject, or rather you can reject the null if all of the coefficients are 0. So they're in there. But I have team and year fixed effects that's picking up a lot of the impact, a lot of the explanatory power here. And I'm going to estimate salary regressions. And there's a big debate, maybe big debates, right? But there is a debate about what is the appropriate way to explain someone's salary. The common thing is, what did you do previously in the past season or seasons? You can also do it, what are you doing now? I actually do it both ways. Why do I do it both ways? Well, if I don't do it both ways, one thing that happens is anytime you lag a variable, you lose a bunch of observations. And since we have 8,500 roughly individuals, but we also have this enormous number of teams that come into the league over time, there's a lot of players that don't have anything from a previous season. So that limits the ability to estimate that equation. This also has club year and player fixed effects. And we use that to predict the player salary. And what I've done here is excluded the club year and player fixed effects. So all I'm using are those aspects that affect salary that are specifically linked to the player. I'm not counting the salary that, you have a big paying club, a club that spends lots and lots of money, then the players on that team are going to have higher salary, not because they're more productive, but because their team has more money to spend. We don't want to include that. So when I predict salaries, I'm only using the coefficients on goals, assists, and so on to do that. When I do that, you see the average is $1.7 million. That's a little bit misleading. Major League Soccer had a period of time in which they had a very strict salary cap, and that salary cap would have set the salary for the entire team of $3 million. So these are way beyond that. But now they basically, the league pays some small amount, but every club pays whatever they want to pay. And it's much, much more like every other sporting league than it used to be. So just the difference between the base salary and the guaranteed salary. And here are the results of what do you see here. Goals, and this is goals per minute. All of it here, it's all per minute of playing time. Because obviously a player that plays 90 minutes a match is going to get paid more than a player that maybe plays 2 minutes a match. And so all of this is per time on the pitch. And what do we see? Goals, assists, shots, shots on target, fouls committed, fouls suffered. Those things are statistically significant predictors of salary. So what you did last year influences your salary this year. These two columns use the lagged performance from the previous period. These two columns use the current performance. Okay? I'm going to focus on the lagged performance from now on. So, as I said, I'm going to use all these different measures of dispersion. They have different properties out in the tail, so the things are maybe it's a normal distribution. They have different implications about what's going on at the very far left and the very far right. And so we're going to use them all. I'm going to construct dispersion of the predicted salary, both base and guaranteed, and I'm going to use the error term, the unexplained portion, find the concentration of that. This is the unexpected or the unfair distribution versus the fair distribution. So the fair distribution, unfair distribution, or unexpected, unjustified. And then I'm going to use the actual salary because lots of people in the literature, including me, have used actual salary dispersion as opposed to this constructed from the past measure. And then individual performance regressions, and I'll show you a slide of that in a moment, but I think this is a better way to think about what's going on. So, salary dispersion measures are generally not significantly different from zero. So, in explaining how an individual performs, any measure of salary dispersion, whether it's the Herfindahl index, the coefficient of variation, the Gini coefficient, or the Tile index, whether it is the expected, actual, or unexpected, none of those things are statistically significant. What is significant, though, is that player's share of the team payroll. The more that player's share of the team payroll in a season, the higher is that player's production. Okay? Defender was forward, positive and significant. Defender, negative and significant. These are relative to midfielders, and goalkeepers are not included in the data because remember the performance production was goals and assists and shots on target. Goalkeepers don't get those very much, and so they're excluded in that regard. 20. I'm at 20. That's right. So forwards are paid a little bit more than midfielders. That's pretty standard in the literature. Defenders are paid a little bit less than midfielders. That also was pretty standard. Basically, there is what has been called an outfield premium. The farther you are from your own goal, the more you get paid, roughly speaking. And then I looked at this measure of were you on this team last year? If you were on this team last year as opposed to newly on this team, then we get a positive and statistically significant effect. And here's the individual performance regressions. And what I said, notice, this is just using the guaranteed salary as opposed to the base. And it's the lag determinants. Nothing there. The main thing is down here with the player share. The higher the player's share of compensation, the greater is that player's performance on the pitch. So, back to my questions. Are results similar across measures of output? The answer is yes. Makes no difference what the salary distribution is, whether it's highly concentrated or not. We find no effect under any of those measures. Are the results, and so that's the measures of output. I didn't tell you about points per match other than that I used it. I get the same answers whether I use points per match or winning percentage. Are results similar across measures of dispersion? Mostly that's true. There's a lot of tables that I didn't show you. And periodically one or another of the concentration measures will be different from zero. But that's not enough for me to say, yeah, it absolutely is the case that salary dispersion affects performance because it's far outweighed by the not significant coefficients. Which theory do results support? Well, I would say that they support the tournament theory. Why do I say that? Because that player share variable is statistically significant and positive. So what does that mean? If I'm paid a huge proportion of my team's entire player salary budget, I perform better. I work harder to be successful when I get more money relative to everybody else on my team. And so my conclusions, I have more work to do. In particular, just Friday, I got from my co-author Sabina, the players that have experience on their country's senior national team. I want to include that as a measure of team ability. How many of those players are there to control for that? So I need to do that. The evidence suggests there's no influence of salary dispersion on individual performance. This could be because of things that we didn't model, like what? Presence of a salary cap. Designated player. Designated player is a player that the league pays a chunk of their salary, but then the team that hires that player can pay anything they want to that player. And that's where you get contracts like $6 million a year for David Beckham or $10 million a year for Lionel Messi and that sort of thing. So if any of you are a washed up, beyond your prime soccer player, go to the MLS, you can make millions. If the results hold up, it seems to me that what we need is a new theoretical model that explains how concentration in salaries influences individual behavior. Because if we can't explain how it influences individual behavior, Why would we believe that concentration affects the team outcome? What's the mechanism by which it would affect the team outcome without it doing anything to the individual player performance? If you have a suggestion on how that works, we're happy to hear it. So, with that, I will shut up and let you ask your questions.
John Cruyff had the idea, I guess he was one of the only guys when he was coach for Barcelona in the early 1990s, that you shouldn't have too much salary dispersion, you know. He would really fight to not pay too much to some guys. So I guess what you're saying is something about this idea. But my question is, how does the fact that you signed that you have a contract, because you say, you know, I want to check last year's salary and see how it affects today, but that's...
Not last year's salary, last year's performance and how it affects...
You didn't use last year's salary. No?
No, I predict this year's salary based on last year's performance.
Okay. So, yeah, that's my bad.
No problem. One.
Well, thank you, Danish, for the interesting presentation. I have a big question because it's a very nice story, it's a very nice hypothesis, but I have some serious concern about whether there is causality here. Performance in football depends on how much time you are playing. And this depends on the expectations of head coaches on the players. And same, salary also depends on the expectation of head coaches. So I was wondering if it's, the outcome you get is not just the realization of these expectations that affect both the salary and the performance.
It is certainly possible. I worry about causation here also, and that's part of using the lagged performance to predict current salary. Something that I did not mention is that virtually every contract in Major League Soccer is for 1 year. So that makes a fairly strong link between previous performance and this year's salary. There is a little bit of wiggle room there on two fronts. The first front is the club has an option to retain a player. I think they can exercise this option 3 years in a row. And that's also part of the reason I included the same team. Did you end up on a different team? If you do, it's almost certainly the case that your previous team didn't want you anymore. There are a small number of multi-year contracts. So Messi's contract was for 3 years. Beckham's was for 5 years, I think. And so those players, I think, there's much greater concern about endogeneity or reverse causality in that situation. I've got a guaranteed contract for 5 years, I can pretty much. But those players are not signed because of their football prowess, they're signed because of their fame. I think. Right.
Thank you for your presentation. So it's obvious that in soccer, the players are highly influenced by the opponents, right? And so that is why there may be no direct link between performance and the salaries. But do there exist some literature not for sports in which teams compete against one team, but for some races, for example, marathon races, when players compete?
Barrett sitting over here wrote those papers.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, there are. So and one of the slides I skipped over was about individual performance. So Ehrenberg and Lognano, individual performance on the golf course, the marathoning, or other individual sports. I think that it's clear. I think that it's almost intuitively undeniable that if there is a single person whose outcome is what you're seeking to explain, so the faster you run, the greater the distance you throw the shot put or whatever, that having that really high prize for coming in first is going to motivate people. I think in that context it makes a lot of sense. I'm less convinced on the team setting that that makes sense, simply because you have to explain what each individual player does and how they cooperate or not in the team production. Now, I thought you were also going to go towards something outside of sports, not just individual performance, but also law firms, college professors, stuff like that. And there's literature on that as well, about high salaries driving performance to achieve a judgeship or to achieve tenure at your university, stuff like that. But that's all about individual and not team production. And here, what I want to do is explain or understand how concentration of the salaries induces individual effort or not that contributes to team performance. Everything else goes concentration, team performance. There's got to be a step in between. And that's what I'm trying to find out. How does that step work?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions? Yeah.
Thank you. And how do you think the franchise model of the different leagues in USA, NBA, MLB, MLS, NHL, positive or negatively influences the salary dispersion?
Yeah. Except for Major League Soccer, where in the early part of our data, basically all the salaries were set by the league. I think that it's very clear what the league structure does for individual player pay. In terms of the other leagues, the NFL and NBA and so on, they have far less control over what an individual club does. There are salary caps, there are luxury taxes and those sorts of things that are constraining the clubs to some extent, but nothing like the way it is in Major League Soccer. And so I think that Major League Soccer is where you're going to find an impact of institutions. I think. So I could have talked about the single entity ownership of the Major League Soccer clubs as one of these institutions, very different from the others. So the NFL doesn't own a team, but Major League Soccer owns the team, or at least did so in the past, much more so than now.
Okay, and one more. Do you know if the salary distribution or dispersion is directly related to the MVP of the season of each league? For example, the best paid player in MLS is directly related to the MVP for the results in this season, for example.
Yeah, so the difference between the base salary and the guaranteed salary is that the guaranteed salary also accounts for some of the postseason accolades. So if I won the MVP, there would be an incentive clause in my contract that says if you win it, you're going to get this money. So that's the guaranteed salary portion that it's built in there.
Guaranteed salary and the other one is?
Base salary.
Pay salaries. And
Awesome.
the pay salary is different, it's not included in the salary cap, or yes?
It is.
Okay.
It is. The salary cap has changed dramatically over time. It was that it was a hard cap of X number of dollars and you had to spend it over your entire squad. Then they came up with the brilliant idea of hiring players from Europe that were beyond their prime, David Beckham being the first of these. And they knew they couldn't get him to go to Los Angeles for $300,000 That's what the league would pay, and that would be binding, yes. And so they created this thing called the designated player, in which the league pays a proportion, and then the club can pay whatever it wants beyond that. And so that's what's going on here. We have those players in here. It made the cap go from being a very strict, hard cap to not very strict, very weak kind of a cap. It's really a cap on how much the league will pay as opposed to on player salaries.
Okay.
Fair?
Very interesting. I have 2 points. First of all, have you considered excluding the early years without a designated player?
Yeah, but
Because
yeah.
most likely in the early years after the implementation of the designated player rule, most of the teams couldn't afford signing a designated player. So there were many teams left with a low dispersion, and we have a few teams where the variation goes through the roof. That might affect the results. And
Yeah.
second, since most contracts are one-year contracts, it may well be that players self-select themselves according to their preferences for fairness. So some players wish to play for a team where dispersion is low, while others are completely indifferent. And if player mobility is driven by differences in fairness concerns, then the no result is to be expected.
Yes, I'm a little skeptical of that mechanism, partially because we have the early years in when the league was very, very much about micromanaging where players were. You sign a contract with Major League Soccer and they tell you where to go for a long period of time. And I think even now, but they're hiring so many more players. Almost every team has the full complement of 3 designated players now. Whereas in the past, there may have been 3 teams that had a designated players. But no, it's an interesting suggestion. Anything else? And I hope I didn't go over on time. So, did Renzo arrive?
We're doing with Ben Freak.
Renzo is going to present later. He's practicing his English and his, so we will have to get.
Oh,
We're doing with Ben Freak.
okay.
Yes. Renzo's going to join us for lunch, after lunch. Ben Freak,
No, it's this one on the west. That's today's, and that one is tomorrow.
Thank you. Sorry.
So good afternoon, no, good morning. For me, it's afternoon. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me here. I'd like to present joint work with Katrin Scharfenkamp, colleague from the University of Bielefeld. Paderborn and Bielefeld are very close together, so it's 30 kilometers distance in the middle of the country. We are analyzing data from a very specific sport, weightlifting. Most of you will not be familiar with the rules of weightlifting, so I will spend a few minutes on explaining those. And the question that we are interested in is whether male and female athletes show similar behavioral traits, whether their attitudes are similar. And we do so, we try to answer that question, not by asking athletes for their risk preferences, for example, but by looking at what they are doing during a competition. And from these revealed preferences, we derive our results. So what's the research question? And we continue to distinguish between 2 different behavioral concepts, namely overconfidence and risk-taking. And I'll try to explain why we consider weightlifting competitions a suitable environment to distinguish overconfidence and risk-taking. Then I say a few words about the disciplines and rules. Spend some time on describing our data, because in most cases, in our particular paper, the descriptive statistics already explain 90% of the results. So, to exaggerate, the regressions are not that important, because everything is in the descriptives already. And I'm somewhat hesitant to conclude, therefore we call it preliminary conclusions. And I'm really looking forward to your comments and suggestions. So, the motivation is a simple one. Women are around the world underrepresented in top management positions, and even in Western countries, they earn on average 20% less than men. The only exception is the Scandinavian countries, where this gender pay gap is somewhat lower. There are several external reasons discussed in the literature: frozen pipeline, glass ceiling, sticky floor, taste of discrimination among old boys networks, and there are internal ones. And so, women are often considered less competitive than men. There's a whole bunch of laboratory experiments documenting that, following the initial study by Niederlund and Westerlund that appeared in the Quarterly Journal of Economics nearly 20 years ago. Some people still argue that women tend to invest less in human capital, which is completely ridiculous. The percentage of females among university students, at least in Germany, there I know it for sure, is in the meantime higher than the percentage of men. Women take longer career interruptions, and therefore their career progression is slower than that of men. Well, there is some evidence for that, but that's not convincing that much. However, there may also be another reason, and that is self-selection. But a couple of recent studies have shown that even when controlling for self-selection into particular jobs, women earn 10% less than men. So there are two papers. One is by Emanuel and Bolotny. They use data from bus and train operators in the greater Boston area. And they find that women earn 10% less than male bus drivers. And clearly, the collective bargaining agreement is gender blind. So what is the explanation? It's a very simple one. Male drivers prefer night shifts and prefer to work on public holidays, when women have to perform care work. Second study in this context uses data of millions of Uber rides from Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York, and finds women earn 10% less. And here again, the remuneration mechanism of Uber is gender blind. What drives the result? Men drive around 2 miles per hour faster and can therefore pick up more passengers. We had yesterday an experience with a guy who drove at least 20 miles faster than the rest of us. He may be rich in a couple of weeks already. I don't know. So, why do women earn less in exactly the same jobs than men? Well, night shift and work on weekends may be less attractive for women. They might try to avoid dangerous neighborhoods, and that is one of the results of the Uber study. Or men are more risk tolerant in the sense that they drive faster and can therefore pick up more passengers. So the question then is, how can we distinguish between overconfidence and risk aversion or risk tolerance? So we ask whether an individual's gender is related to the existence and or the level of overconfidence on the one hand and risk tolerance on the other hand. And to do this, we compare the performance of male and female athletes, weightlifters, in a particular competition. So the data we use comes exclusively from the European championships over an extended period of time. So, overconfidence is defined as the relation between an individual's self-assessment and a reference criterion. So we compare the announced weights of male and female weightlifters with their subsequent performance. If an athlete performs worse than he or she announced, we attribute that to individual overconfidence. Some studies find that men aim for higher targets than women and are therefore more likely to be overconfident. Other studies reject that finding. So there is no clear evidence in this context. Risk-taking, here we distinguish, as economists typically do, between stated and revealed preferences. When you look at representative surveys, women score significantly lower when being asked on a scale ranging from 0 to 10, how risk tolerant would you say you are? Completely risk averse up to completely risk tolerant. So the recent surveys I have seen, women on average scored at around 4.5 and men scored about 5.5. So that's a massive difference. However, what we observe, and that is revealed preferences, self-selection into particular jobs and occupations. So all over the world, we observe a high concentration of men in jobs that are considered dangerous, whatever that means in particular. So how do we measure risk tolerance? Well, individuals choosing a more difficult task after having been successful previously display a higher level of risk tolerance than those acting more defensively. And how we operationalize defensiveness or risk tolerance will become clear in a minute. So, disciplines and rules of weightlifting competitions. These are multi-stage tournaments of two disciplines. In the snatch, they lift the bar to arm's length above their head in one movement, and in the clean and jerk, they lift the bar to their shoulders, stand up straight, and then jerk the bar to arm's length above their head. And clearly, in the clean and jerk, you can move more weight up than in the snatch discipline. So each athlete has 6 different attempts in a particular competition, 3 in the clean and jerk and 3 in the snatch. Before the start of each competition, athletes are weighed and assigned an official body weight. This then determines the weight category in which they compete. So I'm not going through this in detail, but you see there are 8 different weight categories, and only 7 of them are on the Olympic program, but that's not important here. Athletes are required to publicly announce the amount they intend to lift prior to each attempt. And since what matters for an individual score is the amount successfully lifted, higher announcements indicate overconfidence. We have seen that already. Within each stage, weights are progressively loaded onto the bar and competitors attempt to lift their desired weight, what is called the announcement, in increasing order from the lightest to the heaviest, and the sequence of attempts and outcomes of lifts are displayed publicly on an announcement board. If unsuccessful in a particular weight, athletes have the option of either re-attempting the same lift or trying a heavier one. They are not allowed to reduce the weight. So it's important before the first attempt to check your body and announcing the weight that you consider suitable for your first attempt. At the end of the competition, each athlete's highest successful lift in the snatch and in the clean and jerk are summed up to determine the final scores. A lifter who fails to complete at least one successful snatch and one successful clean and jerk also fails to total. And what is important here too is if two weightlifters in the same weight category end up with the same total score, the lighter athlete is declared the winner. So the data comes from the European Youth, Junior and Senior Championships 1992 to 2019. We have approximately 30,000 athlete attempt observations. We observe some athletes over more than 10 years, while others show up only once in the data set. So what is important to keep in mind, the first male European Championships in weightlifting were held in 1896. The first female tournament was in 1988. So men are nearly 100 years ahead. And that means self-selection among female athletes started much later. And what we see in the data is that the percentage of females participating is increasing nearly linearly. So women are catching up. Here you see the descriptive statistics for our full sample. See the weight that the heaviest and most successful guy in his first attempt already moved above his head is 332 kilograms. And it's more than 5 times me. That's something I cannot imagine. And you see, for example, average body weight is 74 kilograms, ranging between 37 and 190 kilograms. And if you move one slide further, you see that now these descriptive statistics separately for men and women. We have 5 different age groups, and the age groups will be important later on when I come to the descriptive results. So, as I already said, athletes have to announce the weight they intend to lift, and there is a simple performance measure. You are successful or you're not successful. There are judges in the room, but these judges only have to state that an attempt is valid. And an attempt is valid if the athlete is able to stand up straight after having moved the bar over his or her head. So there are no subjective evaluations like in figure skating, ski jumping, or dressage competitions, horse riding. So what we see here is among the younger cohorts, the difference is in the successful first attempts between men and women is rather small, and that difference gets larger as the athletes get older. So in general, we see that the percentage of successful attempts decreases with the athlete's age, but that development is much stronger or much more pronounced among men than among women. When we look at the second attempts, the differences are now much, much smaller. But again, we see that women are slightly more successful in the sense of bringing the announced weight over their heads. Third, again, differences are getting smaller. This is average 45%, as you have seen in the second and in the first attempt. The successful percentage shares are significantly higher, and this points to 2 different effects. There might be an exhaustion effect, or it might simply reflect that in the second and in the third round, athletes take higher risks. And it's not completely clear which of these 2 effects dominates. When we look at the sequence of successful attempts, what we find is that around 4% of the male athlete fail to total, they end the competition without a single valid attempt, while the respective percentage among women is less than 2%. And then when we move to the right-hand side of the figure, we see that women are overrepresented when it comes to successful first and second, and particularly to all three valid attempts, 3 in each of the 2 disciplines, of course. So, Table 1 shows the marginal effects of a logit estimation. Successful first attempt, you see that male athletes have a 4.6 percentage points lower probability of being successful with the first attempt, 6.2% lower in the second attempt, and 4.1% lower in the third attempt. What we also see is that the probability of being successful decreases as the athletes age. So more experienced athletes are apparently more overconfident than less experienced athletes. Our speculation is that among the particularly young athletes, it's the coach who tells the athlete not to be overconfident. Try to start with a lower weight, and then we will move on. What we also see is that heavier athletes are more successful in the snatch. The effect is negative in the first attempt and positive in the second and third attempt. And then we have also, for the second attempt, controlled whether the first attempt was successful. And for the third attempt, we have controlled whether the first and second attempt was successful. And perhaps surprisingly, a successful first attempt reduces the probability of being successful in the second and third attempt. We have estimated these models separately for men and women to see whether this age pattern, body weight, snatch, and successful first and second attempt is the same or different. It's completely identical. I think we can skip that. It's not that surprising. So what I'm interested in, or what we are interested in here, is what we call risk-taking. How much do the athletes increase the announced weight between 2 adjacent attempts? How much do women increase the weight between first and second attempt, and how much do men do that? And you have always to look at the average body weight, because average body weight is what drives the choice of your announced weight. And what we find is that female athletes increase risk more than male athletes do. Because relative to their body weight, this increase is larger than this increase relative to the men's body weight. And the same when we look at the weight increase between the second and third attempt. Again, we skipped that. I've seen 5 fingers. Multinomial logit model of impact of gender on series of attempts. So this is first attempt successful only, second only, etc., up to first, second, and third. And when we move on to the next slide, we see the marginal effects of gender on a series of successful attempts. So men are more likely to end up with no valid attempt, 2 percentage points higher, while on the other hand, they are 5.4 percentage points less likely to end up with all attempts being successful. So we observe statistically significant, yet economically small differences between men and women. While men have a higher probability of finishing without a single valid attempt, women have a higher probability of finishing with 2 or even 3 valid attempts. The number of 2 or 3 valid attempts decreases significantly from age group to age group. And this effect is completely identical for men and women. And what we find is the rank after the first or the second attempt affects risk-taking equally between men and women. So those who rank first to third after the first round increase weights less than those who are ranked fourth to seventh. So risk-taking depends on your position after the first or second round. And here again, the effect is identical between men and women. So when adequately controlling for self-selection into a particular environment, the observable differences in overconfidence and risk-taking among men and women are rather small. And final slide. So weightlifting requires a lot of talent, implying significant hardship and low average compensation. So those who choose occupations like these apparently value the social rewards over monetary ones. I have never heard of any weightlifter who became rich by being successful. The underrepresentation of women in top management positions is apparently not driven by gender differences in overconfidence and or risk tolerance. Women who were self-selected into a highly competitive environment seem to display the same levels of confidence and risk tolerance as men. I think that's it. Yes. Thanks a lot for your attention. I'm looking forward to your comments and suggestions.
I just have one.
Sorry.
Microphone's already in the back.
Thank you for that, Baz. That was really interesting and cool to see like a new sport, presented. I was thinking
it's a very old sport.
A very old sport, but new
right?
terms of us. Also, I was thinking do the athletes kind of know what other people are going to lift before they lift themselves? Like, is that all public?
Yeah.
And so, do you think it's possible that there's some effect with that? Like, maybe an athlete knows they can't win at some stage during their lifts, they can't get the top score. I don't know,
The first attempt or the first weight has to be announced by everybody prior to the start of the competition.
And then can they?
And then they
can increase it.
Oh, okay. Strategic.
I see. Yeah. Oh no, cool. Thank you.
Yes, I was wondering well, thanks for the talk, by the way, of course. To what extent could there be differences in competitive balance between the male competition and the female competition, right? Because if there is less competitive balance, then the female competitors wouldn't need to push themselves as far to win the competition.
Yeah, that's a finding that we observe in nearly every sport. So I have a recent paper in the JSE looking at competitive balance in track and field athletics. And what we find is that over the last 20, 25 years, the competitive balance in the women's field comes very close to competitive balance in the men's field. And that is a surprising result because most of the track and field disciplines on the Olympic program entered that program for the women 60 to 70 years later than for men. So women are catching up very rapidly.
Thank you.
I was wondering if weightlifting they do like they can do in high jump and long jump, that if you're kind of good, they skip, for instance, the first round, and that would be kind of a measure or additional measure of risk taking maybe that you could actually use.
That is an extremely important issue. So the data has its limitations. if we observe an unsuccessful first attempt, this is most likely due to failure. But if we observe an unsuccessful second or third attempt, that may mean that the athlete decided not to use that attempt, or it may be due to the fact that he or she has an injury, or it may be due to the fact that the second attempt was unsuccessful. And we cannot distinguish between these three different outcomes. And that's the major problem of the day.
I have a small clarification question. You said about strategic choice of weight from the first to second and second to third attempt. How the order of attempts of sportsmen are formed? So how they decided who would be the first and the second and so on in the attempts?
They are randomly allocated, and the order in which they start in the first round is retained in the second and third round.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a question? The last one. The last one.
Do you know Podium? It's a platform that that Olympic committees use to predict how many medals they will win in Olympic Games. No? How does your story, for example, can be used in other sports to predict this kind of things, of medals or results, more exactly than Podium already do? How your story can apply in other sports?
That's a difficult question.
Not soccer. The other, the 40 individual ones.
These athletes, of course, are familiar with the personal bests of the competitors they face in the same weight group. And therefore, this can already ex ante influence risk-taking strategies, right? If you are, let's say, with your personal best just 1 kilogram below your next competitor, that might induce you to take more risk. And again, these people ahead of the European Championships know the personal best of their competitors. But that is something we can certainly not control given the data, because daily fitness may make a difference. So you are with your personal best 1 kilogram behind your competitor, but that competitor is a bit sick that day or whatever. We don't have any information. Okay, fitness, but we cluster the standard errors at the event athlete level to account for changes over time. And what is interesting to see is many weightlifters change the weight categories over their careers. Most people move up in weight categories.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Or final presenter of this morning session, I guess.
Now is Guillermo going to present his paper. For this, 35 more minutes and then the coffee break.
Yes.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks to you for joining this session. My name is Guillermo Herrera, and I am presenting a collaborative research project. This Herrera from the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Perú. The presentation is still beyond Olympic medal, health expenditure, structural determinants, and elite athletics performance in the global south. First of all, I'd like to mention that this is a work in progress paper, as it represents the progress and initial findings of my bachelor thesis. The aim of this research is to explore deeper, often overlooked structural determinants behind elite athletics success, focusing particularly on public health, and to propose alternative ways of measuring performance that are more inclusive and representative of the global south. When we speak about elite sport performance, we are referring to a level of excellence that a country best athletes can achieve in comparison to international standards. This performance is usually measured through Olympic medals. However, this approach tends to reward only those nations with strong economies and advanced sports institutions. Our view is that elite performance should also reflect the capacity of a country to produce athletes who can approach world-class benchmarks, even if they don't necessarily win medals. These subtle difference matters, especially for countries that remains underrepresented on the Olympic stage. Well, the motivation behind this study stems from the case of Peru. Our country has only won 4 Olympic medals in total, with the last gold medal achieved in 1948. In parallel, Peru struggles with major public health issues. Lately, 41% of children under 5 years suffer from anemia. A chronic malnutrition or stunting affects over 11% of children nationally and over 25% in rural regions. And public health is still below in Latin American standards. We also notice a methodological issue, the reliance on Olympic medals as the sole indicator of athletic success overlooks countries that, despite facing structural disadvantage, show signs of progress. My motivation is also as an athlete who has represented Peru in international competitions. I have personally experienced the structural challenges that exist in our sports system. There is a persistent lack of state policies and investment aimed at identifying, developing, and supporting athletic talent. Our research is guided by 3 main questions. First, what are the structural determinants? What factors drive elite sports performance in developing countries? Is public health expenditure a key predictor of a nation's athletics performance? Can we use alternative indicators to measure elite performance more inclusively? As you can see, the main dependent variable used in the empirical literature is Olympic medals. This includes countries that don't frequently win medals. What is most commonly found is that independent variables such as GDP per capita, HDI, Gini index, and population are positively associated with greater sports development. The literature on sports development offers several frameworks. First one is a model proposed by Green that proposes a pipeline. Talent is identified, developed, and retained through investment and infrastructure. There is a split model by the Boucher that includes 9 pillars, such as training, coaching, science, and funding. And the Memorial attached that structural capital, like health system and education, underpins performance capacity. And yet there are major gaps. First, the Olympic medal, as I say, it's excluding countries that don't used to win medals. Second, health is often treated as secondary, when it may in fact be foundational. Third, as I say, more studies are excluding developing countries in the global south. And finally, there's a need of alternative indicators that measure efficiency of progress, such as the performance gap between national and world records. Well, and the Peru Health Challenge on the theoretical framework are that first, iron deficiency anemia. A study by Robles and Maman found that 36.5% of under 18 elite athletes have anemia. Second, data from the World Food Program indicates that 40% of Peruvian children and almost 30% of pregnant women are anemic. And third, stunting. National data show that 11.5% of children under 5 are chronically malnutrition, with much higher rates in rural areas. All these indicators reflect systemic public health weaknesses that start in early life, limiting physical development and affecting athletic potential. Well, to build a more inclusive, comparable measure of athletic development, we construct a performance gap indicator based on track and field events. Specifically, we calculate the difference between the world athletic score of a country national record and the world record in 3 events: the 100 meters, the long jump, and the marathon. Why athletics? Because it is easily standardized, widely practiced, and captures core physical abilities like speed, power, and endurance. As you can see, here is how this indicator works. Is the national record, the difference between the national record and the world record in world athletics points, the result scores. As you can see, there is the world record, it's 9.58, and the result score is 13.56. And if you compare it with the national record US, the gap is 40 points, as you can see. Our empirical strategy is built around an ordinary least squares regression. This is just for exploration. The dependent variable is the performance gap in athletic events, calculated separately for men and women. The K independent variable is public health expenditure per capita measured in dollars using World Health Organization data from 2019 and 2021 due to possibility bias cause of increasing the health expenditures at COVID-19 pandemic. We include several control variables like GDP per capita, HDI, Gini coefficient, and population size. These controls help us isolate the impact of health spending from broader economy and demographic trends. We tested the models on heteroscedasticity, multicollinearity, and functional from misspecification. Our main finding is clear: health expenditure per capita is the most consistent and statistically significant predictor of elite athletic performance across all models. To give a concrete example, in the men's 100 meters, the coefficient is on health expenditure per capita is approximately.
Before Professor Brad Humphries starts, we wanted to inform you that we are hosting a gala dinner for tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. right after the conference, which is in Museo del Arco. And we wanted to know, well, it's $50 each person, and we wanted to know if some of you wanted to go assist the gala dinner. So if you want to, you can confirm until lunch that we're going to have a lunch buffet after Brad Humphries' presentation. We're going to guide you, so you can go with all of us. But in case you want to participate in this gala dinner, please let me know at least until lunch, so we can arrange your spot and we can give you a payment information. Thank you. And please welcome Brad Humphries, who's giving the Change in Economics of Sports Betting presentation.
Is this mic good? Can everybody hear me? Okay, well, I just want to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to give this keynote speech and be here. I'm deeply honored to be able to do this. And it's certainly a really interesting conference, and glad to meet a lot of new people who are doing research in sports economics. Okay, so the economics of sports gambling is an area of research that I've been working on for quite some time. Since I once held the chair in the economics of gambling at the University of Alberta, and so that was nearly 20 years ago, and that's when I sort of got interested in sports betting. And the sort of big picture of my talk today is that there are some changes that have taken place in the sports betting market in the last few years that are going to be an ideal natural experiment for doing empirical economic research. Okay, so I'll do my sports betting 101 talk for those people who aren't familiar with the economics of sports betting. I'll talk about the existing research on sports betting, and I'll talk about where I see the future research going in this area, which is a pretty interesting area of sports economics, financial economics, actually. Okay, what changes have occurred in the sports betting market? Until very recently, around the world, if you wanted to bet on a sporting event, you had to go to a brick and mortar or retail bookmaker. That is an actual location where you could get your bet down. And in the United States, until recently, the only state you could bet on sports in was the state of Nevada, Las Vegas, basically, Reno. Everywhere else, betting on sports was illegal in the United States. So in 2018, there was a Supreme Court decision in the United States that overturned the law that banned sports betting in the rest of the country except Nevada. And that court case basically said U.S. states were free to regulate and legalize sports betting if they wanted to. And then the other important thing that's occurred in the last few years is the legalization of mobile sports betting. I mean, I think Peru just legalized this maybe 2 years ago. Right, so now there is a sports book on your phone, right? And that just is a tremendous increase in access to sports betting. And I believe, so there's a very large number of countries around the world where mobile sports betting has been legalized. 39 states now in the United States have legalized it. All over the EU, the UK, Australia, although there's no live in-play betting in Australia, most of these other countries, that's another big change. With increased access means you can bet much more frequently. And the popularity of bets, in game, who will score the next basket in an NBA game? You can get a bet down on an outcome like that, okay? So there's also, at least in the United States, a concurrent increase in advertising by bookmakers. It's an incredibly competitive market. Most research suggests that the average person who wants to bet on sports has an account on 3 different mobile bookmaking sites, right? So because people are shopping for the best odds, basically. Okay, so those are going to be huge changes. Here's this U.S. Supreme Court decision overturned a law that's called PASPA, and this is an ideal natural experiment. And people were already running wild on this because the states legalized sports betting at different points. It's a staggered diff and diff, and it's the ideal intent to treat diff and diff for tons of economic outcomes. I've already seen papers on, and Jane and I are working on papers on what happened to mental health after sports was legalized in states, bankruptcies. There are implications in terms of cannibalization or substitution. If you legalize sports betting on a phone, do people buy fewer lottery tickets, for example? So I think this literature is going to explode in the future because it's so easy to get state-level data in the U.S., and you've got that plausibly exogenous diff and diff switching on at different states and different points in time. So a little bit about this, in case you're not sure that there's really a lot of mobile sports betting that goes on. The estimate in 2023 was $261 billion wagered on mobile sports betting worldwide. That's a big market. About 40 million people, it looks like, placed a sports bet in the last 12 months in a 2023 survey. 71% bet on sports at least once a week, 20% bet on sports at least once a day. And the average bet's between $20 and $35, but the top end is not very big. Less than 2% of those who bet on sports wagered more than $100. But still, it's a very substantial market in many, many countries. Okay, sports betting 101 for those people who aren't either active sports bettors or I'm not. I don't bet on sports, but I do research on sports betting. But I realize that many people do neither, right? So from an economic perspective, a bet on a sporting outcome is a contingent claim on a specified amount of money based on the outcome and the amount that you bet. It's a very simple financial instrument, just like a stock or a bond, only with a lot cleaner payoffs and terms, right? So my example is money line, or what's called, and we call it in the U.S. money line. The rest of the world calls it fixed odds betting. So suppose team one is the underdog, and the odds on team one winning a match is plus 160. Team two is the favorite, and this is the way that U.S. expresses money line. I'll talk about the differences across countries. But the favored team, it has a negative 190 in the U.S. money line. So what these odds mean is that if somebody that bets $100 on team one to win, if team one wins, they earn $160, right? So plus 160. And since team two is a favorite, if somebody bets $190 on team two to win, it's minus 190. And team two wins, that returns $100. Okay? So that, again, simple financial instrument. There's an uncertain payoff, but you know exactly that contingent claim, if either of those events happen, exactly what the return to that investment is. So, you know, we don't know when people sell stocks, for example. And so it gets very difficult to understand the economics behind purchasing stocks when you don't know what the payout is for an uncertain purchase of a financial instrument. But sports betting solves all of those problems. So in the context of stock markets or financial assets, the bettors are investors. That bet on a football match win, draw, or loss is an investment. And the bookmakers in this context are like the market makers on Wall Street. The idea is that they're putting together buyers and sellers of these assets. That would be, you know, I want to bet $100 on the Baltimore Ravens to lose. Dennis wants to bet $100 on the Baltimore Ravens to win at a given point spread. The bookmaker is sort of putting up Dennis and I together on either side of that proposition, either side of that financial transaction. That's the way stocks and bonds are bought and sold, right? So the key economic insight here is that in these markets, either fixed odds or point spreads, those are the prices of the assets that are paid. And you can work out the algebra on that, but it's pretty intuitive, I think, right? Because if you want to wager on your favorite football team to win a match, the bookmaker is offering you some odds, and if the bookmaker gives you worse and worse odds, your contingent claim to that outcome is more and more expensive to you. So that's the intuition behind how these fixed odds or point spreads are interpreted as prices in these markets. Okay, fixed odds, money line in the US, fixed odds elsewhere. The most common fixed odds bets are on a game win or loss, or in football, on a game win, draw, or loss. There's three possible outcomes there, right? And the bookmaker will just offer you fixed odds on all three of those possible outcomes for football. So they're in the US, money lines or fixed odds are expressed as this plus or minus three digits of numbers. In the UK, they use fractional odds. That would like be 2 to 1 or 1 to 2. And then the European style is to express these as what we call decimal odds. So that will be 0.12, 0.25 or 2.5. But those are all just the same way of different way of referring to the same odds. Right, so a money line of plus 110 is the same as 11 tenths fractional odds or 2.1 decimal odds. Those are the exact same odds, right? And for underdogs, minus 200 would be an underdog money line bet. That's the same as 1 to 2 odds or 1.5 decimal odds. I don't know why we can't standardize this, but it's probably because bookmaking started a long, long time ago in different countries when there wasn't a lot of cross-border anything going on. Bookmaking's been going on in horse racing for centuries, basically. So the contingent payouts, again, are all identical across these three types of fixed odds. And then I just want to point out so the most common form of points of fixed odds betting is on game outcomes, but there is also a very common now form of fixed odds betting that's called a proposition bet. A proposition bet is a bet on anything that's not the game outcome. So you can make a prop bet on who will score the first goal in which team will score the first goal in a football match, right? Or anything. I mean, these bookmakers in the United States and in the UK are now offering all sorts of proposition bets. You can bet on how many points a player will score in a game, and they'll offer fixed odds on those outcomes. So it turns out, as I'll get to a little bit later in the talk, that while much of the research up until this point on sports betting is focused on these game or match outcomes, when you look at actual data on what people are betting on, these proposition bets are very, very popular. And there's very little research into things like market efficiency, these proposition bets. Okay, so the important thing about fixed odds is that they map directly into the probability that an event occurs. So, money line minus 1,000, fractional odds 1 to 100, or decimal odds 1.01, maps into a probability 99% that whatever it is going to occur. And so those are the favorites, right? In money line betting, those are the favorites. Very likely, at money line even odds, plus 100, or fractional odds 1 to 1, or decimal odds 2, there's a 50% probability that happens. And then when we get down to heavy underdogs or unlikely events, like plus 1,000 or 101 on the decimal odds, that there's just a 1% likelihood that whatever that event, those odds are being offered on, occurs. Okay? So this is what drives the empirical research into market efficiency in sports betting markets, right? Because you know what the implied probabilities are that those events happen, and then you also know what fraction of, So for example, if the average odds on a home win in a football match is 1 to 1, there's a 50% chance that the home team wins that match. You can look at what the actual win probabilities of home teams are in football matches and see how close the actual outcomes are to the predicted outcome from the implied outcome probabilities. Okay, parlay bets are also very, very common now in mobile sports betting. So a parlay bet is a multiple linked group of bets that one sports bettor makes, right? In some places these are called multis or accumulators, but it's basically 2 or more fixed odds bets. So a parlay would be Dennis is going to bet because he's a big Ravens fan. Dennis is going to bet a parlay which is the Ravens to win and the Ravens opponents to score less than 10 points. Okay, that's a parlay, right? Or he could string together as many legs of that parlay as he wanted. And it could be on different games too. It doesn't have to be on the same game or match. And it could be parlays on proposition bets on individual players. So the deal is the payoff on a parlay bet is actually the payoff for each of the individual legs multiplied together. So, unlike point spread betting, where you risk 11 to win 10, and it's not a big payoff, the potential payoff on a parlay bet could approach the payoff on like a lottery ticket. it could be thousands of dollars won per dollar risk. And it turns out, again, if you look at what sports bettors are actually betting on, 95% of the bets in mobile sports books that I've seen are parlay bets. So people are just not interested in betting on individual match outcomes now. And I think my explanation for that is because people like the big odds, right? They like the possibility of a huge payoff if they're, and you know, you see 10, 15 leg parlay bets are really common, which is, we don't know anything about in terms of the efficiency or what the cost is to the bettor of those bets, but they're really popular, right? And then just in terms of the jargon, there's also proposition bets or fixed odds bets called teaser bets, and that's where the bettor can manipulate the payoff slightly. So you could by paying a fee. So a teaser bet would be you get 100 or 1-to-1 odds on a bet on your home football team winning. But you could, in the teaser, you could say, okay, well, I'd really like to get better odds on that. So I want plus 105, and the bettor pays something for that. It's just another type of fixed odds betting. Okay, then in the U.S., the most common form of sports betting is not fixed odds betting. Fixed odds betting, money line betting in the U.S. is not very popular except in baseball. But we have point spread betting, which is what in the jargon of the discipline we call sides, and then over/under betting. That's the totals. So point spread betting, interestingly enough, fixed odds were the first type of sports betting that was invented, and ancient. Probably the ancient Romans were offering fixed odds bets on horse races that took place or gladiator fights that took place in the Colosseum, right? It's just been there forever. But point spread betting was invented by a Chicago bookmaker in the 1930s. And point spread betting is the kind of betting that you use when in sporting events where there are high scores, right? In particular, basketball, professional college, and American football. Those high scoring games. So a point spread bet is based on the difference in points scored by the teams, and not on who wins or who loses. In the jargon of point spread betting, you're betting for one team to cover the spread or not. Okay? So, for example, I don't know, I did this talk in April and I pulled this out of somewhere. There was an NBA game between the Atlanta Hawks and the Toronto Raptors at Toronto, and the point spread was -4. So that means that the Raptors were a 4-point favorite in this game. And so if you bet on the Raptors to cover, that bet pays if the Raptors win by 5 or more points. Right? That's the spread. That's the difference in point score. And it's conventionally listed as the favored team minus some number of points. But a bet on the Hawks at Toronto as a 4-point favorite pays off if the Hawks lose or if they win by 1 to 3 points. Right? So it's it's much easier to balance out opinions of bettors using a point spread than especially if there's very lopsided differences in the team quality. And again, point spread bets use this risk 11 units to win 10 units system. That means a point spread bet on either the Raptors or the Hawks, you risk 110, and if that team covers, it pays out $100, depending on the score difference, right? And then totals is just on the offense, total number of points scored. So that 199.5 total on that game means that you could bet the over. That is that the teams combined will score 200 or more points, or you could bet the under. That is that the two teams combined will score 199 points or less. So it's basically a bet on offense, right? Okay, and those totals bets, they also use that risk 11 weekends. So it's worthwhile thinking because bookmakers are are the market makers in this market, how bookmakers make a profit, because they wouldn't be, as economists, we know they wouldn't be in this market if they weren't profiting somehow. So it's pretty simple. For the sides and totals bets, suppose better one wagers $110 on the Raptors to cover, better two wagers $110 on the Hawks to either lose by win by 1 to 3 or lose. So 110, the bookmaker collects $220, and it pays the $100 risk wager plus the 110 wager plus the $100 winnings to the winner, and keeps that 10% in profit or commission. And in the jargon of sports betting, that's called vigorish or vig. But it's basically just a commission that the sports bookmaker is charging the bettors. But you only get charged that if you lose the bet. If you win the bet, you don't get a commission. So in fixed odds betting, bookmakers make profits from what's called overround. And that's simply this idea that the implied probabilities of the odds offered sum to more than 100. Right? So for example, in this March 8th Lakers game, the versus Celtics, the Celtics were the favorite and their odds were minus 190. The Lakers were the underdogs. That was plus 160. The implied probability of those events is 38.5 for the Lakers winning, 65.5 for the Celtics winning. You sum that up, and it adds to 104%. So there's a 4% commission again that's being charged by the bookmaker to the bettors here for making them up, right? Okay, and if you. I wrote a paper once on overrounded football betting in Europe when online bookmakers first started up. And the overround before there was widespread online betting in Europe on football matches was somewhere around 12%. And as soon as more competition entered in the form of you could bet with any online bookmaker, the overround got pounded down to about 4%. Right, because there was just much more competition, and again, the bettors could shop odds at different bookmakers to get the best odds, and it didn't take very long before that profit margin or that commission was reduced. There is an interesting line of research about why this risk 11 to win 10. That's an effective 10% commission. Why there's not market pressure to reduce that, because that's a pretty high commission. But it's somehow conventional. There's probably a behavioral economics explanation for why a different way of figuring out the commission hasn't been adopted in sports betting. Okay, so the cornerstone of economic research into sports betting is the efficient market hypothesis. The idea that the prices of financial assets in these markets reflect all possible information that's out there, right? The price of a stock today is the best predictor of the present discounted value and future stream of profits that firm will hold will earn, because that market is efficient. Because there are many, many financially minded investors who are looking for inefficiencies in stock prices to exploit that for profit. And then those prices get driven to the efficient level. Right, so if financial markets are, again, informationally efficient, that means investors can't consistently beat the market, because those prices are already driven to the most likely value, right? Given all public information at the time of purchase. And certainly there's a huge body of literature that shows that sports betting markets are highly informationally efficient. Point spreads and totals are, on average, very accurate predictors of actual differences in points scored or total points scored in all sorts of sports. The implied probabilities from fixed odds betting are, on average, very close to the realized outcomes that we observe across different countries, across different sports, across different time periods. That evidence is there. Now, I just want to point out, though, that only holds on average. So of course, there will always be some inefficiencies that are going to exist in that these prices are going to deviate systematically from their underlying asset values. Let's see, there was something else I wanted to say about this. No, that's okay. I'm going to move on. So, because these markets are, because these markets are informationally efficient, that means it's very difficult in the long run to earn a profit on investing in these financial assets. Right? In other words, the expected value of a bet on a football match is probably negative because of the commission that the bookmakers take in. So theoretically then, it becomes difficult to motivate why people would participate in a financial market where the expected value of that asset is negative. Because a rational investor would not buy a stock that investor thought was going to, price was going to decline 10% over the next year. So there's sort of 4 different flavors of models that are used to explain purchase of any sort of risky financial asset. One are these utility of wealth models. This is the classic Friedman-Savage model, where individuals value a gamble using a probability-weighted utility function, and the goal of their gambling is to maximize wealth. But still, in that context, it's hard to rationalize betting on sports when it has a negative value, because you're not buying assets that have a negative expected value is not wealth maximizing, right? So then some other attempts to explain why people gamble. Well, one would just be sort of behavioral economics models like prospect theory, which is basically the Friedman-Savage expected utility maximization model, except the sort of expected wealth curve is asymmetric. But again, that struggled to be a full explanation. John Conless developed a model in the 90s where he actually put gambling in the utility function and made the assumption that people gamble because they derive some utility from it. I think that's the most reasonable way to describe this activity. But there's a lot of theorists who just think, no, that's ridiculous. You can't put gambling in an individual's utility function because it's not. It doesn't belong in there, and it belongs somewhere in the budget constraint instead, or some price that you're paying for something. So I personally think that why do people buy a lottery ticket? Because they get a lot of utility about dreaming about what they're going to do if they win $100 million, right? And that's a utility in gambling, but it's somewhat controversial. And then there are some models that are based on information asymmetries that these people who bet on sports actually don't have the same information that bookmakers do, and that they consistently value their ability to pick the winning team or bet on the right outcome. That I think has, I don't know, it has some aspects of it I think are okay, but I mean at the end of the day, that model assumes that most sports bettors are stupid because they can't accurately understand the price that they're paying for that asset or what its expected value is. And that's less than satisfying as well, I think, from my perspective as an economist. So, my take on the theory is I still think this is out there to be adequately explained, to write down some sort of economic model that would explain why people would participate in these models, which is kind of interesting if you're a theorist. Okay. So the empirical, well, let me talk about this big empirical literature on information efficiency. It's really easy. I mean, you can trivially scrape data on football match outcomes, hundreds of thousands of football match outcomes from the web, from many, many different sources. And it's also very easy to obtain the actual final fixed odds on those matches. And so with that kind of data, and it's also very easy to get data on what the point spreads were and totals on sporting events and what the number of points that were scored in games were. So that's just a very rich environment in which to do empirical economic research. But much of the existing evidence, as I mentioned, find strong evidence of on average, informational efficiency in these markets, in that these gambling markets aggregate information very efficiently. Over and under, point spreads are very accurate predictors of difference in point scores. Over-unders are accurate predictors of total points scored in games. The implied probabilities from fixed odds betting are very accurate predictors of those actual outcomes. Of course, there is some evidence that inefficiencies exist, but it's almost always for a pretty short period of time. So there's a lot of papers that would develop evidence that, oh, well, if you would place this bet systematically, like at one point in time, it looked like there was an inefficiency in betting on NFL games, which is the most popular form of sports betting in the US by far. That if you bet on the home team as an underdog, that was a profitable betting strategy. Well, it was for like 1 year, but bookmakers can read the literature just like everybody else, and can take that information into account. And so after a few seasons in the NFL where that looked like a profitable strategy, it went away. And you can no longer bet the home dog, is what the strategy was called, and expect to earn persistent profits above what you'd have to earn to overcome the commission, the VIG, right? Just showing that a bet wins 50% of the time is not evidence of profitability, because especially on point spread betting, that VIG means you actually have to win more than 52.5% of your wagers to make a profit. That's almost just not good. Okay, there's a lot of also I find as somebody who plays a behavioral economist on TV, a lot of behavioral anomalies that are researched in this literature. For example, there's a body of literature that looks at heterogeneous agents participating in these markets. So the idea here is that there are informed and uninformed bettors that are betting on sporting events. The uninformed bettors they want to get a bet down on their favorite team to win. And they're insensitive to the price that the bookmaker is offering, because they just enjoy games more when they have a bet on it. And I published a paper a long time ago that showed that the bet volume was higher on college basketball games that were on television than for college basketball games that were not on television. And again, that's the idea that there's these uninformed bettors out there. They want to get a bet down on a game that's on TV because it enhances their the utility they get, right? There's the well-known and long-established favorite long shot bias. This was first noted in horse race betting, but it's the idea that betting on the favorite yields a higher expected return than betting on the long shots. And that's because, again, bettors like the long odds. And long shots or big underdogs on a fixed odds bet are going to pay a high return if the upset occurs, right? So the explanation underneath this is that so much of this early evidence comes from horse race betting, which in the United States is pari-mutuel. That is, the bookmaker makes a certain profit and simply takes bets on different horses in a race, takes a 15% cut off the top, and returns all the rest to the winners. So the bookmaker in pari-mutuel betting is not participating in the market, but the evidence was that all of these uninformed bettors were betting the long shot too much, pounding the odds down on the long shots, and that made the favorites bets on the favorite a higher expected value. And by the way, the odds in horse race betting are very, very accurate predictors of where those horses actually finish in races. That market is, again, informationally efficient. Sentiment bias, the idea that, and that's that's closely linked to the hot hand idea. But I don't know. So sentiment bias is this idea that people like to bet on teams on a winning streak, right? Or people, and why? Because they think that there's something like the hot hand. And, the hot hand effect was first documented by Tversky in the 70s, right? So the hot hand is this idea is that bettors or even sports fans think that a player or a team is on some sort of a very lucky streak and they can't miss, right? So it comes from basketball, where people say, well, if a player had a hot hand, it's like he can't miss a shot from anywhere on the floor, right? And it's basically testable by some sort of runs test on binomial outcomes, right? Like a Wilcoxon test. But there are a lot of papers on whether or not bettors think that teams can have a hot hand. But if those markets are informationally efficient, especially in point spread betting, that should be unlikely to occur, right? So there's a lot of research in this on what is called the balanced book model. Steve Levitt wrote a paper on this that was in the Economic Journal. I've never understood why, except that he's Steve Levitt. But it was purportedly a paper about sports betting that actually didn't involve data on sports betting, but whatever, I'm not the free economist, so I can't do that. But anyway, the idea is, again, if bookmakers are really these market makers in the sense of Wall Street traders, one profitable approach for a bookmaker would be simply to set a point spread with a fixed odds at a level where half of the action goes on either side, right? That is, you balance the book. You set a point spread on the Ravens game at -7 so that half the people want to bet on the Ravens to cover and half the people want to bet on the other team to cover. Well, if you look at actual outcomes in terms of how bets fall, that doesn't take place. Instead, sports books are active participants in these gambling markets, right? So they let if the betting on the Ravens game is heavily in favor of the Ravens, and suppose there's twice the money on the Ravens to cover as there is on the other side. If the Ravens don't cover, the bookmaker's going to lose a lot of money on that particular bet, right? Now, you could get insurance, right? You could lay off. The bookmaker could take the excess that was bet on the Ravens and bet that with another bookmaker on the other side. That's like a hedge. But they don't do that. So why that is the case is a really interesting and still open area of research, I think. I mean, the clear explanation would be that the bookmakers are just better at forecasting outcomes than bettors. But I don't know. That's the sort of underlying mechanism there is interesting, I think, and as yet unexplored. The popularity of proposition bets has opened up a whole set of really interesting research questions about match fixing, right? And there's certainly evidence now that this has gone on to some extent in the NBA in the U.S. There's a couple of players who have been given lifetime bans from the NBA because they were manipulating proposition bets. So the one guy who got the big suspension, he was informing gamblers to bet the under on his rebounds and points scored and minutes played proposition bets because he was going to start the game and then take himself out and say, oh, I've got an eye problem, I can't finish this game. And then those proposition bets would pay, right? That's the sort of and there's in Europe there used to be they used to allow proposition betting on who would have the first out of bounds call in a football match. And that was trivially easy to manipulate by a player, and they have since stopped offering those proposition bets, right? Because a match would start and a player would just get the ball and just kick it immediately out of bounds because he knew he had a prop bet down on his team to be the first out of bounds call in the match. right? But there's a whole lot of incentives that are set up by the popularity of proposition bets that I think is going to be a really interesting area of research moving forward to see. And leagues should be intensely interested in this, right? Because if this is going on, it undermines the credibility of the product they're producing, right? If you think that there's widespread player betting on the under in the totals market, and then they go out and not put a lot of effort into scoring points, the legitimacy of your product is called into question. And then I mentioned some of this yesterday, many people weren't here. The increased access to sports betting also increases the likelihood that the outcome of a sports bet or the outcome of a sporting contest generates negative emotional cues. There's this famous paper by David Carr, Nobel laureate, and Gordon Dahl that was in QJE about 15 years ago, where they showed that in U.S. cities with home to NFL teams, where the local NFL team was a heavy favorite in the game and lost, that interpersonal violence went up following those outcomes. Why? Because that generated a negative emotional cue. And I've got a paper that shows that the same thing happens in cities that are home to NBA teams. These large upsets generate negative emotional cues. There's also an interesting paper that shows that in terms of these emotional cues, they can also be positive, right? So there's a paper by Kiga that shows that when there are large upset wins, so when the New York Knicks are underdogs and they unexpectedly win a game, that tipping goes up in taxi cabs that pick up fares close to the arena where the Knicks are playing, right? So the positive emotional cues is generating economic impact in that people tip more. It's a really clever paper that I can highly recommend. So more access to being able to bet on sports. How much time do I have? Do you know? Is anybody keeping time with me? I don't want to play over I'm the person standing between everybody and lunch, so I'm doing good. It's going to be much more salient when more people have bets down on games. There's more likelihood, I think, that these emotional cues are going to get generated, and that these negative things, these negative outcomes, could be increased. So, future research directions. There's two recent changes, one of which I've talked about, that I think are going to heavily influence research on sports betting moving forward. One is this increase in access, but the other is that the operators, the bookmakers, are increasingly willing to provide researchers with transactions level data from their operation. I'll tell you about my experience, but I've seen an increasing number of papers on this. Dave Forrest and Ian McHale have a recent paper where some UK operator gave them this transactions level data. That means you know exactly, the data files are made available anonymously, but you know exactly, you can identify the bettors and you know exactly what bets they placed every time, and when they placed it, and how much they wagered, and whether they won or lost, and what the prices were. That's just not been available in the past. The legislature in West Virginia last year passed a law that required all sports betting operators in West Virginia to provide for research purposes transactions level data to me, basically. Well, a center at the university that was set up in response to this. I haven't quite got to the point where the operators are handing over the data, but they cannot refuse to hand it over because they can be sanctioned by the regulators in the state, because the law says you have to turn this over. And that's available now. A similar law is in place in New Jersey and going to be put in place in Massachusetts. And so affiliated researchers to these research centers are going to have increasing access to the data. It's a lot, right? I've seen it. We're talking about terabytes of data because there are hundreds of thousands of bettors that have accounts with these operators, and they're placing a large number of bets. But that is going to drive future research. Oh, geez, sorry about it. Now everybody's going to wake up. So some insights from the existing data at this transaction level, which is really rich. There are very few single game match point spread, fixed odds, and win-loss draw bets placed. That is just not a popular bet. And it's interesting because so much of the previous empirical research has focused exclusively on finding evidence of informational efficiency in those markets, but bettors don't even care about those sort of bets. The majority of bets are parlays that have, like I said, 7, 8, 9 legs, and the majority of those parlay bets are proposition bets. So that's what the market prefers. And that means there's plenty of, I have never seen a paper to date on what the over-round is on a parlay bet. But and I'm going to find out. And I can tell you my expectation is that the over-round will be enormous on those parlay bets, meaning they are enormously profitable to bookmakers. I think future research is going to focus on the negative consequences from these proposition bets because of the incentives it creates. And I think that's especially going to be true, say, in college athletics in the United States, where the compensation of college athletes is low, increasing, but still low, because they're going to have a powerful incentive to monetize their performance through proposition bets, because they could bet on their own performance. I think there's going to be a lot of research on these negative externalities generated by increasing access to sports betting around the world. Because there is a literature on problem gaming, and we know that about 1 to 1.5% of the people who participate in these markets do themselves and their families financial harm. That's there, right? There are some, just like cigarettes and alcohol, some people are going to abuse this, and that's going to lead to really bad outcomes. But we don't know, now that we have this natural experiment of the rollout of legalized sports betting in the US, you can look at all sorts of economic outcomes like mental health, bankruptcies, debt, crime. Those are easy to quantify and measure economic events that can be exploited. And then I think there's going to be a lot of interesting research, and there's a few papers on this already, about the Pareto rule, right? So the Pareto rule is this idea that in the distribution of anything that we can measure, like 80% of the activity comes from 20% of the people, right? So applied to gambling, it would be that 80% of the revenues or more, 80% of the revenues earned by sports books come from 20% of the bettors. And actually, one paper that I've recently seen that looks at this is that Dave Forrest and Ian McHale paper. It's not Pareto. It's like 5% of the gamblers generate 90% of the revenues earned by bookmakers.
It's like the number of complaints issued by 5% of the students.
Exactly. 90% of the complaints come from 5% of the students. That's Pareto, right? Or 20%, 80%, exactly. So that's going to be interesting, and I don't know when that research starts getting published, I don't know what the general public might start to get a different opinion about how wise it was to legalize sports betting all around the world, or certainly in the U.S., if there's that sort of distribution of rules. Okay, so that's what I've got. I think sports betting is a very rich area of empirical research and economics. I encourage people, to do more of this research. I think there's, like Dennis said, I don't know of any papers that would focus on outcomes of betting markets in Latin America. And I think it's pretty popular. And there might be institutional factors associated with those markets that are different from the US and the UK. So the reason I think that is, I mentioned the favorite long shot bias as a documented phenomenon, except that the evidence shows that in Asian markets, there's actually a reverse favorite long shot bias. That means that bettors in those Asian markets overbet the favorites and underbet the long shots. And that has to reflect some sort of cultural difference, I believe, that is affecting economic outcomes, which is, I find, fascinating, right? And there's a number of papers that have shown this would happen. What do we know about Latin American betting markets? We don't. So these sports betting papers are published in really good journals. That's certainly, and it's getting easier to go to an operator and say, look, I'd like to have data from you. That other researchers around the world are successfully doing that. I know that I know of a working paper where it was a PhD student and a faculty member. The PhD student had a job at a bookmaker in the Czech Republic, and he basically got his employer to give him their entire transactions level data they could work on. Those sort of arrangements can be made, and I think that's going to be a really fruitful area of future research. Like I mentioned earlier, there is still room for a lot of theoretical research that would address exactly why people participate in these markets, that I think is still an open question. And then this changing environment in terms of access also implies challenges for regulation in these markets. There are, some states are, in the US, for example, have passed laws that say bookmakers cannot offer proposition bets on college sports, right? Some states have passed laws that place limits on how often people can make deposits into their online betting account, that place limits on how much they can bet if they lose over a certain threshold, right? So because this increased access implies that more people can do financial harm to themselves, and that's a negative externality that regulators should certainly look at. What's effective is unclear at this point, but that's an open area of research. So I hope that I have convinced some of you that this is a good idea to do future research. Thank you. Big questions.
Well, thank you very much for this interesting and comprehensive description of the situation of this research. One thing I would never understood, and I want to use this opportunity to ask you, is how odds are set in the market. Because initially I thought all these ideas of efficiency market, I initially thought it was something similar to a financial market, to what happened in financial market. But it's actually said by the companies, by bookmakers using models. How, doing something like that, we can understand that the markets are efficient?
So, right, bookmakers should set the prices, should set the odds to maximize their profits, right? I mean, just like a market maker on Wall Street offers up a price for a stock. Well, this is a good question, right? That market maker is offering a price in that stock that'll put a buyer and a seller together, right? There's a really interesting paper that suggests that there may be inefficiencies in these markets because it shows in a game theoretic model that actually the bookmaker has to offer the odds first. And the bookmaker doesn't know if the bettors are going to find those odds attractive or not. So in that sense, the bookmaker has a first mover disadvantage over the bettor because they can wait and see what odds are going to be offered and choose to bet or not. And then the bookmaker's got to basically adjust the odds to the point where somebody's willing to bet on that on that proposition, or on that game, right? And there is research that looks at how the odds on different sporting events change over time. For example, much of this research comes out of the NFL, because bookmakers in the US set the point spread on NFL matches like a week before the game was played. And this line of research focuses on how those prices change, how those point spreads change over time, presumably as bookmakers get more information about the opinions of the bettors. So there's anecdotal evidence in Las Vegas, when that was the only place you could bet on sports, that the bookmakers, when they offered their odds, would offer them to a very select number of financially motivated sharps, right? In the sense that there's a heterogeneity in the agents, and they would take information about which side of that bet that those sharps got the first lines information about, and then adjust the lines that they offered to everybody else, right? So yeah, it's not exactly analogous to a financial market, where there's always one person on either side of a stock transaction, right? So, but still, I mean, the evidence is pretty overwhelming that that it is informationally efficient. Bookmakers also put a lot of, now they have computer models, right? Where they're looking at past performance, and they're looking at past better behavior, where they're using those computer models and machine learning to set the initial line. But still, those models are aggregating information, right? And setting it efficiently. No, that's a great question.
Very clear, thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. It was great. You mentioned that bookmakers, they don't hedge with each other.
Right.
And so that leads me to the law of one price. So do we see the law of one price, like odds being the same across bookmakers? Because
yes.
Otherwise.
Yes. That's a great question. Yes. There is research on that. And the law of one price holds. So much of that's from Europe, where there's a long history of multiple bookmakers offering odds on football matches, right? And there was almost never an arbitrage opportunity to bet Liverpool to win with one bookmaker and bet Liverpool to draw with another. That would be the arbitrage opportunity, right? Those odds very quickly adjust to identical across bookmakers. Because it's a liquid market, right? There's tons of people, so that's what we'd expect in the law of price. Good question.
Hi, how are you? I was wondering in the slide that you have the behavioral bettors. Yeah, behavioral. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have some research or information in terms of percentage of each profile? I'm asking that because, at least from the sports properties point of view, of course, betting companies are important because they inject a lot of money, are the main sponsor right now. But the good narrative is that it's a way of creating fan engagement. So I was wondering if you have any research regarding, out of the 100% of people that bet on a given match, yesterday, for instance, Gremio Alianza, how many of them are heavy bettors or informed bettors, and how many are uninformed? Do you have a kind of a split?
There is an interesting paper. So if we're talking about informed and uninformed, there's an interesting paper on inside information in betting markets, where the informed bettors would actually have. It applies to horse race betting, but the inside information would be, say, somebody knows how well the horse has been performing in training running up to this race. But it could equally be applied to a football match, right? And somebody who would be able to observe the practices or know inside information about that. And the model actually provides a prediction on how to figure out how many informed bettors there would have to be to drive the price to the efficient level, right? I don't know if I necessarily believe the model, but it does make predictions, and people have tried to look at then what fraction of the bettors in any market are informed or are just financially motivated and are always looking for inefficiencies in these lines, like across bookmakers or across different events. But I think really that's an area moving forward where this transactions level data that has demographic characteristics of the people making the bets is going to be very fruitful, right? Because you'll be able to tell, so my data is from West Virginia, and I know it's geocoded, right, and geofenced, so everybody has to be in West Virginia to make a bet. And I will know, for example, when the West Virginia University football team plays, what people are betting on, for example, the West Virginia team to win, right? So one of the behavioral anomalies that I didn't really touch on is that in point spread betting, the favorites are overbet tremendously. So people like to bet on a winner, right? So in my data, I'll be able to see if individuals are systematically betting too much on the Mountaineers to win when we know that the point spread that's set on that game is probably efficient, right? So it's just until now there has not been this transactions level data, so it's been very difficult to assess because the evidence on this sort of favoritism is based on survey data. And it's well understood that people have really poor recall about what their past betting behavior was. And this transactions level data will really get at questions like this, exactly. So that's a very good point.
I've got the next question over here. No, it's me, I've got the microphone. We'll get to you next, Jorge. Thanks for that. That was a really, really interesting talk, great delivery. For me, it sets the context nicely for my talk tomorrow, so thank you for that in advance. I've got a comment and a question. The comment is, I really enjoyed the fact that you referenced ancient English football, where teams used to start a game and immediately kick the ball into touch. And there's a bit of context there, which is that this isn't a completely pointless strategy from the perspective of the teams playing the game. And the idea is, of course, that if you play a very long passing strategy, which English teams did historically, you put the ball into the corner and you then you gain territory in a kind of a rugby kind of style. And there's an interesting story of a famous English player who was taking bets or being paid to get the ball out of play. And he did this, so he took kick-off, hit the ball towards the corner, expecting to get his payment. And of course, one of his players, as players would do, they dash up the line to try and get the ball and take advantage. One of his own players kept the ball in play. And then he had to spend the next minute or two trying furiously to get the ball out of play to stem the losses that he was making in game because of the agreement he had with the fixers. So, it's, and the other interesting thing is that over the years, because English football has followed a more continental South American pattern of shorter passing, that strategy has pretty much died out, as well as, I guess, outlawing those kinds of bets.
Not every.
Yeah, exactly. But equally, at the same time, I noticed that on Twitter recently, a shock and awe post that PSG, of all teams, have implemented the strategy of hitting the ball from kickoff right into the corner.
Oh, really?
So it's clearly making a return in the evolutionary nature of football tactics. The question I wanted to ask you, though, Matt, was actually, I'm really happy you made the talk because I can ask you this question out of huge ignorance, because I've observed how the US has opened up to gambling over the last few years. But then I also read some comments about Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. And people said that there were clauses in this that posed, I guess, great danger to the opening up of US states to bookmaking. And it's a question of complete ignorance. I haven't looked it up myself, but I wondered if you might be aware of this and might be able to explain if there is any kind of threat to the opening up of US market.
Yeah, absolutely. It does. And I was sort of surprised. Well, that bill was like 800 pages long, right? It's a big pinata of who knows what. But the rate at which betting on sports is taxed is changed by the bill, and in a way that is very unfavorable to the bettors. So basically, they increased the tax that you've got to pay on gambling wins. And there is, I know, concern in the industry that that's going to reduce interest in sports betting because the returns are going to go down substantially because of those taxes. And yeah, I don't understand why they care about what they, but and that's the federal tax on gambling, but there's also state taxes on gambling, and that's just going to compound that. And right, so the danger is the industry says that they're concerned that people just won't bet anymore because they won't want to pay those taxes on winnings. It remains to be seen. If it depends really. Certainly for the financially motivated bettors, they're probably going to exit the market. But we still don't know, it's back to your question, we still don't know what fraction of the participants in this market are just uninformed recreational gamblers who want to have a bet down on holding the win, right? And there's really a substantial number of those people in the markets that are not going to care, right? They're price insensitive, and they'll just continue to bet. So I think I don't have a prediction about which way it's going to go, but certainly if you're if you were able to make a return on betting on sports, it's going to make it less lucrative. Maybe you just take that skill into stocks instead because they're very similar skills.
I have two questions, and one, you say you're building an information center in West Virginia because there is a regulatory norm that requires these companies to send the information to you. What is the regulatory basis for that? Because I was curious, because the information is anonymous. So, questions that have been going around, at least in Colombia, I'm not very knowledgeable about this, is, maybe it's getting these emotional issues, health issues, mental health issues. But the information is anonymous, what you're going to receive. So what was the regulatory norm or reasons behind to make this happen? And my other question is also, I had no idea about what parlay betting was actually, but it made me curious, and maybe I think, this is what you said is being done by in England, which is a very mature market. So very mature, yeah. So one can think that in non-mature markets like in Latin America, maybe it's still the opposite, people are kind of learning. So one would think, and yeah, that would be a research question, but my first idea was, well, what was the regulatory norm to actually get these companies to give you the information?
Well, so I think the idea behind the legislation that I didn't have anything to do with was to make sure that consumers in West Virginia are being offered fair terms when they are making bets with these gambling operators. Because like we've already talked about, if your question one, how are these, this is not really truly a market price that's being set. And there's certainly evidence, there's this really cool paper by Coleman Strump where he got data on an illegal bookmaker. This was back in the 90s. He got the books from an illegal bookmaker in New Jersey and analyzed it because the books came out as part of the court trial where they tried the bookmaker. And the evidence in there was, it was in New Jersey, and the bookmaker was offering systematically, it was price discriminating, right? Was offering systematically different point spreads when they knew people bet on the local team heavily all the time. And so, it's price discrimination, right? But which is not per se illegal, but I think the regulators want to know whether or not those sort of things are going on. And then they also want to know about the Pareto. They want to know if there's a small number of gamblers in West Virginia who are providing an outsized share of the profits to bookmakers, because that would help them to better form regulation moving forward, to better regulate the industry. Now, your point about new and old, mature and new markets, I think that's something that would be really interesting to explain in a sort of cross-country context about how those bettors, where gambling is newly available to them, do they behave differently than bettors who have grown up in an environment where they can bet on football matches from a young, the first time they were legally able to do it, like I think 21 is the minimum age for gambling in the UK. So yeah, I think that because there's learning that's going on in these markets, and the sort of scale at which that learning takes place, we know nothing about it. And that would be a more general interest economic concept about learning and experiencing markets that an interesting research about. Yeah.
That's one. Brad, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. My question is, how do you think cryptocurrencies are playing and changing economics on sports betting? It's because I work from one money exchange from crypto, and they receive crypto and they pass the exchange to the bettors money, for example, or
right. No, yeah. Well, that's a great question. But it's not. No, let me make sure. It's not. It's more about whether you could make deposits into your betting account with crypto, or is it? I mean, because crypto looks like gambling to me, right? In many, it's still a financial asset, right?
Yes.
I'm not gonna weigh in on whether crypto is a Ponzi scheme or not. That's neither here nor there. But I think, well, as part of this setting up this research center, I am in touch with a lot of gambling industry operators now that I didn't used to have access to, and I know they are certainly thinking about what the relationship of should they take deposits into people's betting accounts in crypto or not. And I don't think in the U.S. many operators are doing that right now. So I'm not certain. Let me make sure I understand your question. Do you think is the idea that buying and selling cryptocurrency might be a substitute for gambling?
No, this the betting world without crypto, or and now with crypto, because a lot of sportbooks are receiving crypto for gambling.
Yeah. Well,
so they have more money. They sponsor a lot of teams. The teams are salary cap or pay.
Right.
Right.
I see. Yeah. I think it's definitely going to play an increasing role in these betting markets. That nobody could have even envisioned this 5 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't know if this would happen. I guess what I wonder about, if that's the extent, if that's the case, whether the ability to deposit cryptocurrency into a betting account is going to increase the participation in these sports betting markets or not. I don't have any intuition about which way that's going to go, whether it will increase access or not. But it could. I could be convinced. It's an empirical question, right? How this happens, and that's interesting. Think about that a little. Very good point.
So I think I understood you to say that something about the parlay bets that are really complicated with lots of legs in them. They're going to have probabilities of winning are going to be very complicated and difficult to figure out. And I'm wondering if the prevalence of those kinds of bets is different between locations that have huge payout lottery kinds of things with minuscule probabilities. Because the whole idea is you can either win an enormous amount of money with low probability on a lottery ticket, or you could win an enormous amount of money on this incredibly complicated parlay bet, for which you have no idea what.
Right.
So it's sort of a geographical question of, do they overlap, or are they coming from different places?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. Dennis, because those, I mean, those are basically identical bets, right? A 20-leg parlay is just like buying a Mega Millions ticket, right? So it's going to be hard to address empirically because almost every state has large jackpot, has both Mega Millions, the two large jackpot games that are in common in the United States. But there are some states that there's no lottery gambling in Nevada. There's no lottery gambling in Alabama. There's no lottery gambling in Utah. So if one had transactions level data from the states, that would be a really interesting empirical question to address, because it's basically, I mean, you can put, and it's a matter of how frequently you can make those bets. I mean, there's only 2 lottery Mega Millions or large straw jackpot drawings a week, right? But you can make a 10-leg parlay bet on an ongoing NFL game 10 times, 20 times. And so you get whatever satisfaction or thrill you get out of making those bets, you can do much more. And then it even becomes more like slot machine gambling, right? That's another problem with potentially with these prop bets is in-game proposition betting. That's just like a slot machine. You could put one down every 5 minutes, right? And we know that slot machine gambling is addictive, and we know that the problem gambling rates among people that bet on slots are higher than other forms of betting. So yeah, that you could also look to see if that frequency. This is really interesting idea, where not every state has legalized slot machines online. And there's only 7 states that have iGaming. That's like a slot machine on your phone, which I don't understand why anybody would do slot machine betting on your phone, but they do. And you can see if these prop bets that are placed on bet frequency would differ systematically across those states. Yeah, no, I think there's not enough research done on substitution of forms of gambling, which we should be interested in.
I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to betting research. And this will be complicated with everybody after I've asked my question. So most of the research that I am familiar with concentrates on the top divisions.
Yes.
NFL, Bundesliga 1. But this assumes that the findings reported in the literature also apply for lower divisions. I'm pretty sure this is not the case. If you bet on 4th or 5th division football matches, insider information clearly plays much more of a role than in the top divisions, where we can assume that there are no asymmetries. So, is there evidence or is there research looking at lower divisions?
There are a few papers, not that many, because one reason is because of just lack of data. There are, when you get down to the 2nd or 3rd division in football in any country, the bookmakers don't always offer odds on every match, right? And so that, but I've seen a couple of papers on this, and the evidence in those is that the prices, the odds are less efficient as you go down those leagues. It could be because there's more inside information, or it just could be because there's less information in general about the form and the quality of those football games, which is, I guess, what we expect, right? But there's really not much literature on it. I think it's mostly a data availability.
Second question: the data that you expect to receive from messaging, you said many people have accounts with different bookmakers.
Yes.
Will that data allow you to combine across bookmakers?
I have some thoughts about that, yes. Because there is also, not great, but demographic information about the people. Date of birth in particular, because you have to be 21 or older to gamble, so the operators have to collect data on date of birth to make sure everybody's legally eligible. And I think I'm going to know the zip code of where the account credit card is based. And I think that will, I know somebody who's done it, it's a proprietary algorithm. And that's one of the first things I want to do is try to see if it's possible to match these individuals up across the different operators. Yeah, that's I don't know if I'm...
Because that has an effect on your parental rule.
Absolutely, right, because you don't know. If everybody's got on average 3 accounts, it's really hard. And I think this is one of the problems with Dave Forrest and Ian McHale's paper is they've got data from multiple operators and they don't know how many times the same people are in there or not, which is kind of a limitation. Yeah, that's going to be really important. Thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for being here today. I am very pleased to present the result of my research titled Productive Efficiency of National Teams in 2018, so American World Cup qualifiers, a stochastic frontier analysis. I studied that combined the fields of sport performance analysis with the methods of econometrics in order to better understand how national teams perform during the most competitive football qualification tournament in the world, the American qualifiers. Okay, let's some introduction. Traditionally, football performance has been analyzed using simple statistics. For example, goals, score, shots taken, possession percentage, or final standing. In fact, especially in South American soccer, also we often associate performance with courage, pride, character, and so on. However, these statistics do not fully explain why some teams overperform while others underperform, even if their technical qualifier is similar. In fact, in some cases, we see that the opposite happens. For example, the memorable match with Colombia in 2022, where Peru won 1-0 in visitor condition. This victory, in fact, led Peru to qualify to the playoff to the Bundesliga. Another example, such as Brazil, Argentina, and so on. Okay. So in this research, I applied the stochastic frontier analysis, a method originally developed for productivity analysis in economics. It helps identify how efficient a team is at transforming its force, like shooting, defending, or passing, into actual results, like points. With this method, I address questions such as, why do some teams get better results despite not having the best players? Is it possible to measure the gap between a team's current performance and its real potential? So my objective is to go beyond to a scoreboard and offer a more scientific view of the team performance. Okay, data or data. Let me now explain the data set used in my research. The sport is obviously football or soccer, and the competition is the 2018 South American World Cup qualifiers, played between 2015 and 2007. We analyze 180 matches with 10 national teams. Each team is every match interpreted as one observation. So, for example, a match between Argentina and Colombia counts as 2 observations. The level of the analysis is per match, and we use performance variables such as shot and target, total shots, pass accuracy, offsides, yellow cards, first half results, FIFA ranking, among others. These variables are used to measure who teams perform and to estimate their efficiency, while yellow cards, red cards, and fouls inefficiency. Descriptive statistics. Before applying the econometric model, we explore the data using some statistics like mean, median, SD, and min and max. We found that there is a high variability in team performance. For example, points. We have 0.5 like being because the points is not say FIFA. I slide some information about this variable. In this variable of points, I use the goals, the goal score, for example, some little transformation to increase the points in order to reward the performance of a team. And in the other case, when the team receives some goals, the point decreases. So in conclusion, the point is not equal the points based on FIFA. Instead of a points is slightly transformed with some variables like a goals, for example. Who else? Shooting efficiency varies across teams, with some teams shooting more but scoring less. Disciplinary behavior is also different. Some teams commit more fouls or receive more cards. However, most teams have similar levels of technical ability, like possession and pass precision. This suggests that results are not only a function of talent, but also of how efficiency that talent is used. There is where efficiency analysis becomes relevant. Now say the model, the SVA framework. Here is where introduce the stochastic frontier analysis model. In simple terms, we define a production frontiers which represent the maximum possible output, or points, that a team could obtain with their inputs. Then we compare each team's actual performance to this frontier. If a team is close to the frontier, it means that they are efficient. If the teams are far from it, it means there is a technological inefficiency. This model is very useful, very powerful, because it's also considered the random shocks that may affect football matches, like weather, for example, referee decisions, and unexpected player injuries. So we are not pushing teams for random backlogs. We are isolating the inefficiency part from the noise. The model specification. The SPL model consists of 2 stages. First, we estimate a production function that collects inputs, like shots, passes, and tactical decisions, with output, which is points earned. Second, we estimate an inefficient equation, where we examine the variables contribute to the technical inefficiency. just yellow and red cards and fouls. The model is estimated using a log likelihood function, and it allows us to analyze not just performance, but the gap between actual performance and potential performance. This is the core of innovation in the study. The results. Now, let me share with you the main results. There are variables that significantly improve performance. A 1% increase in quality shots on goals leads to a 0.21% improvement in performance. There is a aesthetically significant. Total shots also have a strong effects. Increase total shots by 1%, improve performance by 0.26%. Better offside position contribute a 0.15 votes. This reflects smart offensive movement. Winning the first half increased performance by over 32% per half because of confidence and game control. On the other hand, losing the first half reduced performance by a dramatic 74%. Finally, we observe a small positive effect of the interaction between a team's FIFA ranking and its passing precision. Their findings suggest that performance is not random. It is a result of controlled technical and tactical decisions. What about the inefficient markets? For example, yellow cards and red cards or fouls. First, yellow cards are associated with a 13% increase in inefficiency. This reflects the cost of poor discipline. Interestingly, straight fouls, which are smart, well-timed fouls, are associated with a 49 reduction in inefficiency. This might sound paradoxical, but it matches. Stopping a counter-attack with a tactical foul can help control to the game and reduce the risk. The result shows that not all fouls are bad. Some are part of the offensive strategy. Let's see the overall efficiency. Now let's talk the overall efficiency of the teams. On average, national teams operate at only 49% of the maximum potential. It means that more than half of their possible performance was not used. From a coaching of policy perspective, this is a very important message. There is not of room for improvement. There is a lot, of room for improvement. And this improvement can be achieved not just by hiring better players, but by making a better tactical, physical, and psychological decisions. Let's see the efficiency distribution. This chart shows the distribution of teams' efficiency. Most teams fall in the random between 25 and 20 efficiency. This shows that, in general, teams have a low performance during the competition. In fact, if we remember the final picture of position countries or teams, should Argentina or Colombia had a really bad time. In addition, the distribution is risk-sweet, which means only a few teams are very efficient. Later, we see which teams is into this group. As a result, this confirms the presence of heterogeneity in performance and the potential to close to efficient gap. For example, a team operating at a 40% efficient could significantly improve just by adopting better tactical strategies. The ranking of efficiency. In this study, Brazil and Peru were identified as the most efficient teams. Why? This suggests that strategic thinking can compensate for lack of raw talent. For example, tactical intelligence, possible a more strategic and adaptive approach. Resource optimization, better use of available players. Psychological resilience, ability to maintain performance under pressure. And coaching efficiency, smarter training strategies. Surprisingly, Argentina is into the group of low efficiency. And Colombia and Bolivia into an average efficiency. In fact, if we remember, Peru in these qualifiers classified to the soccer World Cup, Russia. So it's related to the final result of the positions. And finally, as a conclusion, this also interdisciplinary contribution. It combines econometrics and sports science and performance psychology. Theoretical contribution, sorry. Beyond traditional analytics, SCFA reveals performance dynamics ignored by conventional methods. Quantify previously unobservable efficient components. Methodological innovation. First application of SCA in South American football qualifiers. Econometric approach that bridge sport science and econometric analysis. Methodological insights, decomposition of performance, separation of technical inefficiency from random noise, and mathematical framework for understanding sport success. Stochastic frontier as research paradigm nowadays for performance evaluation and transform subjective assessment into qualified metrics. Academic significance is interdisciplinary approach, integrating econometric, sport, and performance psychology. Conceptual innovation, performance is not static, reveal dynamic, manageable nature of efficiency. Psychological stamp, significant impact technical performance, and transforming understanding. From look to strategy. Performance is not random, it's very important, but as a result of systematic factors, identify key drivers or of sport success. A holistic performance model integrates tactical, psychological, and technical dimension, provides comprehensive performance, improves the framework. And finally, some recommendation from these results could be, for example, first half dominance protocol. For example, develop especially trained to maximize first 45 minutes performance. For example, some key action, create a early game technical range, mental condition from strong start, and analyze opponent first half weakness. Another important recommendation for manager, shoot efficient training, optimizing shooting quality over quantity. Tactical friendly strategy, design strategies following as performance enhancement tool. Substitution optimization, maximum impact of late game substitutions. And disciplinary management system to monitor player fitness and fatigue levels. Thank you.
All right. Right.
Some question?
Are there any questions? We have like 15 minutes.
Thank you for the presentation. I have various questions. But my first one is for you to explain points again. I don't understand how points can be negative because I don't know what you did to get there. So could you talk about that?
I try to explain my English not very well, but I will do my best. The points of FIFA is to 0 to 3. 1 to draw and 3 for me. But I wanted to incorporate the fact of the teams score goals, because score more goals is a clear sign to best performance. So if the team increase goal score, I transformed the variable points, adding the goal between 10 to divide para mejorar, ¿no? O para reflejar in the original form to points la capacidad de hacer goles, ¿no? Del equipo. Es como un premio que el equipo haga más goles.
Okay, then why not just use goals as your output?
It's possible to generate another equation with goals like output, but in the review there are several approaches. The points like equation with goals, for example, the play in visitor condition, there are a plus a number to generate a points increase in condition in visitor condition, and local condition decrease the variable points. But it's possible to generate an equation with goals like output, points also. Different goals. I saw that some research use it. So there are several ways to represent this equation, the output and inputs. But in my case, the best specification, it was this, the stage 1, no? Production frontier.
Okay, one last question, but not actually a question, I guess, more a comment than a question, as they say. I don't think ranking or first half is an input. So I would, my recommendations would be either use actual points or goals as the output, and don't use what their ranking is as an input into the process. Don't use what happened in the first half as an input into the process. Because when I think about production, and I think when anybody thinks about production, they're thinking about things that the team can choose. And they don't choose their ranking, right? It's not like they can go to the market and buy more ranking points to put into the production function. So I'm skeptical about what those things mean. And then, so what I would suggest is that you don't include those, that you use alternative measures of output and see if your results are different. Because I think if everybody in here were polled and asked, what do you think is the most efficient national team, I'm fairly confident nobody would say Peru. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And so
I want to know why you get that result. Okay? And if you want, we can talk later.
De repente hay un comentario, pero en español, disculpa, y de repente si por ahí puede alguien hacer la traducción. Claro, los resultados suelen causar sorpresa, ¿no? Sobre todo por ver a Perú en la parte, ¿no?, de arriba, ¿no?, de esta tabla de eficiencias. Pero la idea de este modelo, ¿no?, es capturar la eficiencia relativa, no la eficiencia absoluta, ¿no? Porque en términos de eficiencia absoluta, Brasil, Argentina, Uruguay, Colombia, probablemente tengan mejores niveles de eficiencia por variables que no se están considerando como infraestructura, planilla, gastos en deporte, etc., ¿no? Entonces, como no estamos considerando esa dimensión, sino la eficiencia relativa, es decir, con lo que tengo, ¿qué tan eficiente soy?, ¿no? Entonces, ahí es donde se acerca, digamos, más este modelo que trata justamente de evidenciar eso. Sin embargo, probablemente al incorporar variables, ¿no?, adicionales, haya ciertas variaciones aquí, porque seguramente que hay variables que por tema de disponibilidad de data no se están considerando, ¿no? Pero al menos el enfoque es ese, ¿no?, de la eficiencia relativa y no la eficiencia absoluta, ¿no?
Bueno, gracias por la presentación. Te lo voy a preguntar en español para que sea más simple. También en línea con lo que decía Denis, yo creo que el punto de partida debe ser la literatura en modelos de stochastic function. Stochastic Frontier Function. Hay ya una literatura en la economía del deporte. Ese debería ser el punto de partida y coger variables partiendo de eso. O sea, puedes añadir lo que quieras, porque una de las es muy difícil de vender alguna de las variables que tienes y utilizando algo que partiendo de una base sería mucho más fácil de vender tu idea. Es un comentario más que una pregunta, ¿vale?
Gracias, perfecto.
La escuela.
Quería comentar también si, por ejemplo, en un momento, si esto también puede, en el momento de que hubo una sanción en ese momento clasificatorio para Bolivia, entiendo de que sin esa sanción probablemente la selección nacional Perú no hubiera podido clasificar. Imagino que si eso podía afectar también al modelo que explicas. Y otra caso aparte, por ejemplo, entiendo que también el juego incluye los tiros o goles, pero entiendo de que aún así un equipo puede realizar tantos tiros, incluso no puede hacer el ganador. Entonces, no sé qué tanto pueda influir en considerar que ha sido un gran rendimiento a pesar que haya podido perder el partido.
Sí, sobre esa variable de el hecho de las sanciones que hubo para Bolivia y para Chile, o sea, la sanción fue para Bolivia, pero repercutió en Perú y Chile porque justamente los partidos que jugaron con Bolivia fue sujeto de castigo, ¿no? Y ahí es donde se le otorgó a Perú y a Chile los puntos que en un momento perdieron y el otro empataron, ¿no? Pero sí, probablemente al hacer algunos ajustes podrían ciertamente cambiar los resultados, pero sin embargo yo lo que respondería es, claro, como tú dices, ahí puede haber que un equipo, ¿no?, meta mucho más goles que su contraparte, pero lo que se está evaluando en general es una serie de elementos adicionales, ¿no? Por ejemplo, no solamente los goles, sino los remates al arco, sino la posesión, sino el hecho de ganar un partido en el primer tiempo, el hecho de ser más ofensivo, de tener condición de visitante, ¿no? Entonces, finalmente lo que se tiene es un conjunto de elementos que van generando eficiencias. Y podría ser de que, por ejemplo, Brasil, ¿no?, le gane a Bolivia, ¿no?, en un partido, pero que Perú le gane a Colombia en condición de visitante. Lo que va a arrojar el modelo es de que, si bien es cierto, ambos marcaron los mismos goles, Perú tendría más eficiencia, porque dado que Perú, a nivel de otras variables, se encuentra en desventaja con Brasil, entonces se le otorgaría mayor eficiencia a Perú respecto a Brasil, ¿no? Entonces es al final una confluencia entre varias variables que son las que están aquí y que podrían eventualmente mejorarse, ampliarse, que van a ir dando justamente este valor de eficiencia final, ¿no?, que termina rankeándose y que tiene a Perú como no el mejor equipo, pero sí el que administra mejor los recursos disponibles.
All right, I'll get started. First of all, thanks for having me. So this paper is together with Thomas Peters and Stefan Zimanski, and it's about racial disparities in top managerial positions. So I believe, Bernd, you talked about gender disparities. I'm going to be talking about racial disparities in top managerial positions. So it's generally accepted, I think, that black and mixed ethnic professionals, that they remain underrepresented in these top-level jobs, right? If you think about top-level managers, top-level executives, those sort of things. But there's multiple steps in obtaining a top-level CEO position or a top-level management position. First, you have to enter into junior roles, right? We all have to start somewhere. So you have to get your foot in the door. You need to achieve promotion through increasingly senior ranks. And finally, you need to somehow avoid to not lose your job. So we have 3 steps: is entry, progression, or promotion, as well as exit. Now, discrimination can be present at any of these stages, but very little is known about which of these different stages contribute most to the observed leadership gap or racial leadership gap at the very top. And if we think about policy intervention, so let's say we have a racial gap at the very top and we want to decrease it, then it's very interesting for a policymaker to know which of the transitions or stages of this process are most important in creating this gap. And so that's one of the things that we try to look at in this paper, but it comes at the very end. So whenever I present this, I try to get to the end as quickly as I can, but there are some steps in between, of course. So our setting is English football management. So what we do is we look at a set of former players and we trace out what happens after their careers as a player has ended. So we look at their trajectory from former player to potentially becoming a top-level manager. And there are a couple advantages to using the football context. Now, I don't think I need to prove that sports is an ideal context for this type of research, but I'll walk you through some reasons. So first of all, we have a complete visibility of career paths from being a former player to becoming a top-level executive in football. Almost all managers in this industry are what we would call former frontline workers, which in this case are football players. We have a clear hierarchy in the jobs, which I will explain later. And these are also comparable across firms, in our case clubs, of course. Now we can trace careers across the entire industry, also outside of our focal country, England. We have rich performance data for both players or the frontline workers as well as managers, so we know how good managers are performing, but we also have their entire history as a frontline worker. And very important when you're doing research into racial issues that you need to have some way of knowing what race people are from, right? So we have a sample of 9,150 pictures, and we ran a survey where we asked students to classify the pictures into black or mixed heritage or non-black. So in total, we got around 40,000 responses, and we used those 40,000 responses to classify these 9,100 players using a majority voting rule. So if more than half of the respondents for a particular player say that this former player is non-black, we classify them as non-black. Now, another couple facts about this industry is that we have a highly diverse talent pool. So over 35% of English football players or people who play in England are of black or mixed heritage. On the flip side, we see that in management, we have very low representation of black former players, right? So in 2023, only 4.4% of first-team managers in English football were black or mixed heritage. So there's a lot of black or mixed heritage people in the pipeline, so to say, but very few of them make it to the top. And so we're going to look into where that comes from. So a couple of the research questions we'll be looking at. So first of all, we quantify the racial gap. So how large is the racial gap at the very top if we look at top-level managers in football? The second, where in the managerial pipelines do these disparities emerge? And finally, in a simulation exercise, we ask the following questions. Particularly, what would the managerial careers of black former players look like if they were treated as being non-black for certain job transition probabilities? So I'll explain more on that later, but essentially what we do is for different stages of their careers, we let them enter as non-black in a simulation and see how that changes their trajectory. And then doing this, we look at which transitions contributes most to the observed racial gap at the very top. So I'll walk you through the findings before I get started. So first of all, we find that only 2% of black former players become first-team managers within 10 years of their playing career, whereas for non-black former players, it is 9%. So that is 4.5 times as much. It's a huge difference. So these disparities persist even after we control for everything we know about their playing career, their position, their performance, anything you can think of really. So the three mechanisms that I already discussed are what is behind this, right? So first of all, we have lower recruitment. So black former players are 15 percentage points less likely to enter the industry after their careers as players have ended. They have slower progression, so they're less likely to be promoted. And what I find very striking actually is that even if they make it to the top job, so if they make it to the top job as manager, they are much more likely to be dismissed, even conditioning on how well their team is performing. So for a team managed by a black coach, the dismissal probability is much higher for an equally well-performing team managed by a non-black coach. Then finally, using the simulation exercise, we show that equalizing progression and retention, so after the player has gotten their first job, has a larger impact on narrowing the racial gap than equalizing entry. So put differently, if you want to reduce the racial gap at the very top, it's more effective to help black former players progress through the ranks than helping them get their first job. So if you want to design policy and you have to make a choice, or you have to make a choice of where to allocate your resources, that is what we find. So what do these job trajectories or career trajectories look like? So as we start from the player's perspective, where for many of them there's a period of unemployment after they retire as a football player. For some, they go straight into a new job, but that's certainly not the case for all. And then we define a clear hierarchy which we can compare across clubs. So we have youth coaches, assistant coach, and then manager. And what we're in the end looking at is the disparities in, or the differences in prevalence of, or likelihood of becoming a manager. And so these jobs are all what we classify pipeline jobs. Once you got one of these jobs, you're in the pipeline, and you, through promotion, you can make it to the top level job. Now, so in total, we have 112 job descriptions in the data, which we distill into these categories on the right. And we are left with 2 rest categories. So we have other staff, so that's any job that does not fall in these categories, as well as jobs outside of England. So we're really focused on, if you are a player in England, how does that translate into becoming a manager in England? So the data that we use is as follows. We look at players who played in the top 4 tiers of English football between 1990 and 2010. So as soon as you play 1 game in these years, you are in the data set. And the second restriction is that you must have finished your playing career 10 years before the sample ends, which allows us to trace what happened in the 10 years after your retirement as a player. So what does that leave us with? It leaves us with around 4,800 players, of which nearly 4,000 are non-black and 837 are black. We removed 113 players because when looking at the survey responses, there was no majority vote, right? So it could be 2 versus 2, and in which case we removed them from the sample. Now we have their entire history of playing career statistics, so both in England but also outside of England. We know where they've played, how good they played, how many minutes they played, what their position was, etc., etc. And to quantify how well coaches are performing, we also collect team performance as well as betting odds for all the job spells that we have in England. So we can look at how managers' teams are performing relative to what the betting odds would imply. So that sort of controls for that less is expected from a lower tier team versus a higher tier team. So we have a bunch of descriptive statistics, and I'll walk you through some of them, but basically what we find here is that black former players are more likely to have been attacking players, and as a result of that, they score more goals. That is what this table is telling you. Now, another thing that we find here is when looking at nationality, that we have 3 categories. So we have UK only, which means that you only have the UK nationality. We have UK and other, meaning that you have a UK nationality, but you also have a second nationality. And then we have a third category, which is completely foreign. So it's basically measuring how attached are you to the UK. Because you could imagine that if you are a foreign player, whether you are black or non-black, you would have a lower likelihood of becoming a manager in the UK. And so to tackle that issue, we run subsample analyses with UK players only. So we're comparing black players from the UK with non-black players from the UK. And another thing we do is we take all the black players in our sample, and using matching essentially, we find the closest non-black player that basically matches them perfectly in terms of their on-field characteristics, but also their personal characteristics. And what we find throughout the paper is that no matter how we slice the sample, so whether we use the UK-only sample or the match subsample, the results do not change meaningfully, so the conclusions remain the same. So then getting into the coaching statistics, this is basically looking at what jobs are obtained in the first 10 years after the careers of players ended. And like I said before, for black former players, only 2% of them ever get the top job as manager, whereas for non-black former players, it's 9%. Now, if we look at entry as a whole, non-black former players, we have 33% versus 19% for black former players. So there's difference in likelihood of entry into the industry, but there's certainly also differences in likelihood of progressing through the ranks and making it to the top. Now, another thing I do want to mention here is that we do have data on what kind of coaching license they hold. So we find that non-black former players are more likely to hold a coaching license, but similar to our industry, at least the way it works at my university, because I got a job as an assistant professor, now I am required to get a teaching license. So it's not the other way around. It's not the teaching license that got me the job, it's the job that requires me to get the license. And that's the same in football, where if you become a manager, it's not a requirement to have the license, but it certainly induces you to get the license. So that's why we do not control for this in our analysis. And what we do actually find is that among those who become coaches, that the license rates are very similar between black and non-black. So we also have some things on job duration. So the time to the first job. So if we look at how long it takes to get the first job, this is longer for black former players as compared to white former players. So we see that for white former players, it's about 800 days on average versus 1,200 days on average, so the time between retirement and getting your first job. And also job spell duration is very different. So here, for any job, it's 700 days versus 641 days, and where is this coming from? Is coming at the very top. So if we look at manager spells, it's 657 versus 391. So that's where the biggest discrepancy in job spell duration is coming from. All right, let's see. So I have a couple more graphs after which I'll hopefully get to the simulation exercise at some point. But this is giving you an overview of the problem essentially. So this is looking at the number of days spent in any job in the football industry after retirement as a player, and we have the full sample, the UK subsample, as well as the match subsample. What we find here is that the number of days spent in employment is much higher for non-black former players as compared to black former players, right? So after year 10, so here we're looking at year 10, the average non-black former player has 637 days in employment, whereas for the black former players, 302 days in employment. Now, no matter how we slice the data, the result remains relatively stable. Then we look at the top job, which is manager, and here the discrepancies are much bigger. So if we look at the full sample after 10 years, the average white former player, or non-black former player I should say, has 73 days versus only 13 days for black former players. And this obviously includes all the zeros, right? So the people who didn't reach this position. Now if we look at the other subsamples, the conclusion remains the same, with one minor detail here is that the differences are lower for the match subsample, but still very present. Now this is another way of visualizing the same data. Here we show the percentage of players that find themselves in a given position in the first 10 years after their retirement as player. On the left we have non-black former players, on the right we have black former players. And what is clear here is that, first of all, the total share of employment is higher among the non-black former players, but also their share of employment at the very top, which is shown in orange. So orange is being a manager in England. I think this thing just died on me. We see that there are the largest discrepancies, right? So we have about 2 to 3% for non-black former players versus, well, mostly rounded down to 0 for black former players. So I'm going to move to the other side. So I've already described the differences in entry in my descriptive statistics. I have tables to go along with that, but due to time restrictions, I won't be showing that here. What I do want to show is the difference in likelihood of promotion. So I've already described the hierarchy in the different managerial jobs that we have. And what we do next is we construct transition matrices. So we look at, if you are making a job transition, where are you going to? So this is what that looks like. So in panel A, we have basically how this works is if you are a manager and you're transitioning jobs, then for a non-black former player, their likelihood of their next job being manager is 40%, and their likelihood of entering into unemployment is 32%. Now, if we look at black managers, we have 33% likelihood of transitioning to another manager job, and a 44% likelihood of transitioning to unemployment. Now, when looking at the differences, so panel C has the differences laid out, we see that indeed 6% difference in likelihood of transitioning from manager to manager. But what I also find interesting is at the bottom here, we look at the difference in likelihood of transitioning to manager from any position, and that's where we find significant results, right? So given that you're making a job transition, as a black former player, you have a 6 percentage point less likelihood of that transition being to the top job. So this is just to show that there's less likelihood of promotion, right? So we have lower likelihood of transitioning to manager, and also lower likelihood of transitioning to assistant manager, which is the second job in the hierarchy. Now, where is this made up? It seems like black former players are more likely to transition to jobs outside of England. Then the last part of the puzzle before I get into the simulation exercise is the difference in likelihood of exit. So I have to discuss difference in likelihood of entry, differences in likelihood of promotion, and then the last piece of the puzzle was difference in likelihood of exit. And this is where we control for the performance of the team. So we basically look at all the job spells in England held by black as well as non-black former managers, and we quantify the difference in likelihood of being laid off in between games, conditional on how the team has been performing in the games that were before the game in question. So what we see here is that there's a baseline difference, so black former players are more likely to be fired if they make it into a managerial position, but as we add controls for team performance, the coefficient remains very stable. So it seems like that is not the driving factor of this result. And that is reflected in this survival probability plot here, right? So we see here the survival probability for both groups, and after about 100 games, we have around 37.5% of white former managers still holding their position, whereas around 12.5% of black former managers holding their position. All right, I have 5 minutes left, which means I want to talk about the simulation, which sort of brings all these different puzzle pieces together. So we have retirement as a player as the starting point, and what we want to do is we want to show alternative career trajectories, changing the race of the player to the other race before predicting where they go next. And so we have 3 counterfactuals. The first is that we let these individuals enter the football management market as if they were from the other race. So basically all we do is we keep all their observables the same, and we just change their indicator for their race to being the other one. The second counterfactual is basically doing the same trick, but after they've made their first entry into the industry. And finally, counterfactual 3 is that the individuals are treated as being from the other race throughout the entire process. And so what we can then do is, first of all, I'll show you that the simulation is working. So this is basically comparing the actual employment prevalence with the simulated employment prevalence, and we see that the blue line traces the orange line very closely. So that forms the foundation for our counterfactual exercise. Now for manager, it's the same story. So if you look at the simulated prevalence in a manager category, we see that the simulation does quite well at capturing the prevalence there as well. But now we start comparing the actual prevalence, or the simulated actual, the blue line that was being compared with the orange line, and we look at the counterfactual. So in this case, the counterfactual is that before you have entered the labor market for football managers, your race is changed to being the other one. And we look at the changes in prevalence that has at the very top job. So if we look at black former players, it increases their likelihood of making it into management, but crucial to remember here is that once they've entered, they still face the same exit likelihood as before, and that's why we see it decrease over time again. Now obviously, for non-black players, this simply reduces their likelihood of making it to the top job if they were being treated as black. Now the second one is what happens if you change their race after they have entered. So they already got the foot in the door, but then you let them progress as if they were of the other race. And we see that actually for black former players, initially it has a lower effect, but in the long run, this increases the prevalence of black former players at the very top position. Obviously, the mirror is happening on the other side, that white former players are disadvantaged if they are treated as black after entering the labor market. Now, when combining both, we see that the differences are more or less wiped out, right? And this is keeping all other observables of these people or former players the same. And the differences that remain are the starting point, and that's simply because we start from day one and we observe what jobs these people are holding in day one, and already in day one there are discrepancies. In the future we want to start from day -1, and then what we hope to see is that the intercept will essentially be wiped out, or the difference there will be wiped out. So then to conclude, so we've shown that black former players face systemic barriers at all stages of the managerial pipeline. So they are less likely to enter, less likely to progress through the ranks, and they're also more likely to be laid off or less likely to keep their jobs. And so looking at the graphs at the very beginning, there's much evidence of a sort of a glass ceiling effect, where it's especially difficult for black former players to get the top job. So they manage to get the assistant manager job, but they almost never manage to get the top manager job. Now with these simulation results, we hope to show that equalizing entry alone improves representation, but it does not close the long run gap. Equalizing progression, so what happens after getting the first job, has a larger effect, but still leaves disparities. Of course, when you equalize across all stages, the gap nearly closes fully, conditional on all the other observables of the players. Okay. All right, that was, we'll be happy to get questions or comments.
Okay, Sam, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I think the analysis of the whole career of from player to manager is a nice contribution to the literature. I have one question by analogy with the presentation by Frick.
Yes.
Is he tried to disentangle what are the reasons for these differences between black, in the case of Frick, he tried to understand the differences of men and women, yeah, based on risk-taking behavior and all this overconfidence. In your case, is there any reason for this different behavior? Probably is another paper. I don't know, it comes from demand, it comes from supply, it comes from different behavior. You have any idea about this?
Well, I mean, of course, there could be differences in preferences, first of all, right? Or, you know, how much they made during their playing career, which could be driving differences in their willingness to enter the market. But what we try to do is eliminate all these differences as much as we can, right? So, for example, in my mass subsample analysis, we start from the perspective of all of the black players, and we try to find the nearest match in terms of the whole inner sample of white former players.
What were your observables to match?
So I think most importantly is their nationality, right? So whether their ties to the UK essentially, as well as their position, because that's where we find the most discrepancies, right? So nationality, there's some discrepancies, as well as position. And differences in position are leading to differences in scoring, perhaps also differences in earnings during the playing career. But another thing to remember is that, the comment I often get is that black former players might have earned more during their careers. But first of all, we try to solve that with the match sample. But another thing to remember is that we're looking at the top 4 English divisions, right? So a lot of the players in our sample have not earned millions during their playing career, and they can't just retire after their career as players, right? And for a lot of them, they have two options. They either go into football management, whether that be youth coach, assistant coach, or manager, or they become a pundit, which very few people can become a pundit, right? So I think for a lot of them, it's very important that they do enter this industry and that they manage to make a career there.
Thank you. Sam, thanks for an interesting presentation. I first want to echo Juan's comment that the approach of following these coaches all the way through their careers is a very nice contribution to this literature. And I don't believe I have seen a paper that's done that before, so that's good. I have a working paper that looks at exit discrimination against black NFL head coaches. And it's interesting that you also observe this sort of sorting into specific positions while they are players. Except in the case of the NFL, the black head coaches tended to be defensive players.
Right.
So what we do in our paper is we also look at not just overall team performance, but measures of teams' offensive and defensive performance.
Right.
And because these black players were defensive players before they became coaches, we find that the defensive performance of their teams is a lot more predictive of exit.
Okay.
For those. So you might, I think it is possible to get like measures of offensive or defensive football team performance. You might.
Well, a simple goals, 4 goals against.
Right.
Might be
Sure.
starting
Absolutely.
point. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No,
That
that's
would
great.
be. And then there's a growing literature on statistical discrimination.
Yes.
And I wondered if there's a way to sort of think about linking this paper to whether or not, because if there's statistical discrimination, there might be systematic errors in terms of firing coaches, or the performance of black versus white coaches. So that literature is really hot right now, and I think you've seen it. I think linking to that is going to raise the top end of where you can publish this paper.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, one thing that I didn't manage to tell you during the presentation is that what we do find is that the difference in likelihood in firing is only present at the very top. So it's present for manager, it's less so present for assistant manager, and not present for any other job, which I find it seems the more visible the job, the more likely there to basically that there is that difference.
So when they sack the head coach in football, do they not sack the entire coaching staff?
It's not a given, no.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thanks, Sam. That was really interesting. Echoing the comments, one of the things I wanted to ask you a little bit about, given the richness of your data, is whether you've explored the network effects. You might know Carlos Gomez has a paper on the success of transfers based on kind of the networking that goes on if a coach knows a former player that he then signs for a new team. I'm just observing that what happens a lot of the time is towards the end of the player's career, they'll start doing some coaching work with maybe semi-professional teams nearby, things like that. The network, and if you have the youth coaches and other coaches at a team in those 4 divisions, that might help explain some of the variation in hiring and then retention patterns, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, so where they played as a player, perhaps, and that explaining where their network is, or?
And also the player, former football players that might be in coaching positions at other clubs. So I'm thinking, parts of the country like London, say, or the Northwest, or the Midlands, where there's lots of clubs in the geographic area, and a bunch of former players that all know each other might be and that might influence the likelihood of hiring and retention and so on. Coaches of all races, basically, just wondering whether that might help explain some of the variation.
I can look at the number of former co-workers who hold the position as sort of quantifying their network in the coaching industry. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. That was very interesting. I have, I think, two sort of reactions. My first reaction, and this is the one that eats at me most, is you have non-black and black.
Yeah.
And I assume under non-black you also, that includes Asian, Middle Eastern, Latin American, and I wonder how your results would be different if you incorporated those individuals onto the black group. So
yeah.
Usually we think about discrimination as being against anybody that doesn't look like us.
Yeah.
Right? And so there's lots of people that don't look like British citizens, and I wonder how much difference the results would have.
No, I mean, that's a fair point. I think one of the reasons why we went with this very binary specification is that there are very few Asian players, for example, right? So then doing statistical inference with that very small sample would be very difficult. And secondly, if indeed what you're saying is true, that we would discriminate against anyone who doesn't look like us, and the baseline is being white British, then by adding these other nationalities to the British group, we would be understating the differences, right? So, yeah, perhaps the differences would be even larger if we did, make it a more fine-grained stratification of national, well, race in this case. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting topic you talk about it. I have much questions. The first one is that since 10 years ago, there are more players, there are more black players than no black players. I could see, because I don't do the math about that, but I see that after the end of their careers, there are more black former players than not black players. So how we can estimate the proportion, the percentage that the non-black players that end is minus than the black players the end their career. So I think there is a match between the candidate of the players that finish black. There are more black players now than 10 years ago. There's one question. The second question is, from this view from Latin America, the football is there are evidently more black players here in Peru and the region Latam. There are more black players, but there are many coaches black here in this region. So
that's interesting.
Yes, that's my question. You can see that case.
Yeah. So with regards to increasing numbers in, black players in this in football, I imagine the culture might change as a result of that, but we're perhaps not able to see that yet in our sample ranks because we would need more data from the future to be able to do that. With regards to your second point, yeah, I mean, this is looking at England specifically, but of course it could be very different outside, right? I think that would be a very interesting comparison, actually, because I wasn't aware of that, for example, about how things work here. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Sam,
I think we might be.
So I cannot.
You can, yes, but I'm being mindful of the last person.
Okay, just one quick question, because I understand you divided the sample, total sample, and that you did the same exercise using only English players, UK players.
Yes.
But maybe it's the fact that the UK players are driving the total results. I mean, because when you think about non-UK players and individuals, there are a bunch of things going on there. For instance, workers permit. You know,
you can play there with a permit while you're a player, but then to be a manager, you probably need another permit. And then we have all these issues about, you want to go back home, whatever. So maybe you want to actually do the decoration with non-UK peers. And the last very quick question is that in football, black footballers are overrepresented relative to the total population in Europe. Maybe what you're getting in terms of managers is that you're getting the results similar to what happens in the other industries. So not to do an exercise, but maybe you just want to look at data and overall managerial position in England, and you're actually saying, well, this industry kind of normalizes in how the country works in terms of discrimination still, but it's the same. It's not more than in other industries.
No, thank you for those comments. I agree that running it for the foreigners only would be insightful as well. Yeah, thanks. I don't know.
You're the chair.
I am the chair, yes. Next person. Thank you.
My name is Daria. I'm from Laboratory of Sports Studies, HSC University of Moscow. And first of all, I want to thank organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present this research. Today I will present our joint work with Anna Pushina, Sofia Bragova, and Igor Kilkin. And I will be talking about gender difference and peer effects in case of marathons, Russian marathon races. And first of all, I want to start with the peer effects, and the terminology comes from education. And we know from a possible mechanism how peers can influence the marathon competitors, and the first is the group interactions. Like when you running and when you're running, you can be protected from the wind by other players, and it will help you to run easily, and this interaction can be positive. On the other hand, the competition can be more intensive, and it forces you to put more efforts to win this competition, and again, it can improve the performance. And also, the environment can be changed due to the level of peers, so the organizers can adapt somehow the maybe rules of particular race to that can also influence the performance of athletes. So our main question, if there exists an influence on sportsmen by their competitors, the competitors level, and do there exist a difference between female and male athletes? Let's discuss some approaches that exist in the literature. First of all, we can, so possibly in some different kinds of sports, we can look if there exists a superstar in the competition, for example, Tiger Woods involved, and check how the performance will change due to this presence of superstar. Also, it's possible to check the level of the opponents in some competitions when we have two opponents, like figure skating, for example. We also can evaluate the average level of opponents ex ante or during races, and based on these approaches, we know we have different results. So there are no clear opinion how the competitors will influence each other. So, for example, in if we measure this present superstar, we have decreasing results of gold players and decreasing results of sprinters. And if we measure somehow the exact level of competitors, we have results improvement. again, for speed skaters, golf players, for long distance runners, middle distance runners, no effect for golf players. And if we measure the average level during race, we have these negative effects on the results. But all this measuring of average level of competitors have some issues. So if you look at this picture, we have 5 athletes, the same athletes. But if we look at the first athlete here on the left side, and the last athlete on the right side, they would have different average level of competitors, and that sportsman who is the first one would have lower average level of competitors, lower, for example, finishing time. So it means that the best athlete has the weakest peers. One other issue is the level of competitiveness can be shown by the average level. Here we see, again, 5 sportsmen, and on the left picture, the competitiveness level is higher than on the right picture. So we decided to measure the competitiveness using the other way. We count the number of competitors, not the average level, and we consider opponents on those athletes who are close in their level, and take the ex-ante determination of competitors. So the opponents in our definition is the athlete from the same race, same gender, and in the baseline model we consider 5% gap in time for competitors, for sportsmen to be considered as a competitor. And we run some regressions, including the personal characteristics of athletes, like age, gender, and the best time, so the best time before the particular race. Also, we include the race characteristics, for example, status of the race. Championship means that the race has the status of Russian competition. So it's very important because we consider only professional athletes, and they had to prove their status entering these championships. So these championships has high level of athletes participating in. Also, we include temperature and the dummy variable for rain and wind speed. And the main parts, or the main variables of interest is the measure of competitiveness. As I said, we count number of opponents and take these characteristics in linear and square term, and also some intersections with gender, again for linear and square terms. So we used, as I said, we used Russian data of marathons. So we know that in 2015, the membership of the Russian Athletic Federation in World Athletics has been suspended. So Russian athletes can participate in international competitions only with a neutral status. But this status is hard to get, so there are some barriers to have this status. And also foreign athletes, for foreign athletes, it's become impossible to enter the Russian races. That's why we have something like closed system when players know each other well, and they can adapt their strategies before the races. So they can predict with whom they will compete during each particular race. And we collect data for 13 cities, for 13 different types of marathons for the years from 2015 to 2022. It's end up with the 763 observations at race observation. And as I said, we take only proficient athletes. So that is why we have not so many observations. we know that in marathons we have a lot of runners, but here we have only professionals. So the sample is pretty balanced in terms of gender, so it's 55% of men and 34% of women. And we also have data of 13.5% athletes who didn't finish the race. For some reason they decided to stop before the finish line. According to our baseline model, the average number of opponents for players is equal to 7, and we use some sources, some marathon websites to collect data and find the best time of runners for more athletics. Okay, let's look at the results. I have this big table with all the variables, but if you want, we can move back to this table at QA session. I will show you the below part of this table with main variables of interest. So we can see here that for all specifications with different fixed effects for years and fixed cities, only coefficients for variables opponents intersect with female runners are significant, and they are negatively significant. So the dependent variable is the result in seconds. So it means that increasing number of opponents for female runners will reduce the time, finishing time, and improve their performance. And we also can see that this relation is U-shaped because the coefficient between opponent squared intersected with female also significant and positive. So it's U-shaped relation. So starting from increasing number of opponents, firstly decrease the finishing time, and then after some point it would increase the time of the female athlete. But this minimum point is unreachable, so it's really far from the our average number of athletes. As I said, we in this model we focused only on 5% range of time for determining the opponents for particular sportsman. But after that, we decided to check if these results stable. So we looked at the coefficient, these opponents intersection with female, and how it would change with the changes in opponents determining range. So starting from 0.5% to 10%. So we can see that if we increase this range, of time, we would have increase in coefficient, but decrease in absolute terms. So when we started taking into account more and more sportsmen during the race for some particular female athletes, we would have less influence on the performance. And the same we see with these coefficients, opponent squared times female. Again, increasing the range of determining opponents, we have the weaker influence on their performance. Okay, as I said, we have the effects that exist only for female athletes, and it is similar as was discussed for speed skaters. However, the reasons are not clear, and our hypothesis is that, as we know, men are riskier than women, and they try to choose risky strategies, but sometimes women can bear higher risk under some special conditions. So for testing this hypothesis, we run logic regression with the same variables, and again, the variables of our interest is the gender and the competitiveness level. So we see here that basically female athletes. The dependent variable here is the probability that runner wouldn't finish the race. So we see that female runners are less likely finishing, more likely finishing the race comparing with male athletes. And this difference, again, this probability would decrease with increasing the number of opponents. So again, we have here dependent variables not finished, so meaning that less female athletes would go out for the race during the race, and increasing number of opponents would increase this probability of not finishing the race. And again, the dependence is inverse U-shaped. And because all coefficients are significant here. And let me go to the conclusion. As it said, that the number of opponents affects the results of marathon runners, but only on female, so we can reject the hypothesis for male runners. And this relation is U-shaped. So our explanation is related to risk awareness for female runners. And as we tested, again, the probability of finishing the race among female marathons is probability of not finishing among female runners is backward U-shaped, and professional female runners are more likely to finish marathons than male runners. Thank you for your attention. All questions and comments about.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The first question I have is, do men and women start in the same race, or are these separate races?
We have some races at which they have mixed starts, and some races at which they have different starts.
You definitely need to estimate the model separately, because the elite women are very often accompanied by male pacemakers, and that changes the picture dramatically. The second question, you said all these runners are professionals. Nevertheless, I would expect that the heterogeneity in the women's field is far higher than in the men's field. And if you define an opponent as being 5% faster or slower, among the men, 5% means 7 minutes. And the world elite is seconds apart, not minutes. So I suggest that you argue with a much smaller time difference to identify opponents.
Okay, thank you. Mainly identical, but we didn't include the prices here because the unavailability of data. So for some races we have these prices, but for some races not. That's 2 points.
Thank you, Daria. It's interesting, and he's the person to talk to about this for sure. my question is more about practical presentation. So you put up logit results, right? And I guess those are the coefficients from the regression. I would suggest that you report the probability changes, because it's far more interpretable than the regression coefficients. You know, so one extra opponent changes the probability of falling out, I think is a much more intuitive sort of story. And otherwise, I think it's interesting, and I'm glad that you were able to come and present it, but I can't tell you anything about marathons.
I don't know whether I can tell you something about marathons, but another question. Do you know the point of the race when the runners drop out? The question has a very simple background. The regeneration period explodes if you drop out after, let's say, 30 or 32 kilometers. If you leave the race at 25 kilometers, you can start 2 weeks later again in another race. So from a strategic point of view, if you feel you have a bad day, dropping out early is rational. But finishing the race on a bad day is stupid.
So we have no data related to any points at which they drop out. So we have only the list of sportsmen and their finishing time. So if you have no finishing time, but they are registered them to the race, so we know that they drop out somewhere, but unfortunately we don't know where. But again, yeah, I understand the comment.
Do you have split times? Let's say 10 kilometers, half marathon.
For majority we have no split times. Only maybe for 1 or 2 marathons they exist such data, but the sample is too small.
Any more questions?
Thank you. Now, only for a little comment about your topic. Since I think 2 months ago here in Peru, there was the marathon, Adidas marathon. So we could talk about the numbers of this event. Show us that women are increasingly important in an important way about the marathons before. So the women participate more and more year after year. Only that. There is data. First. Thank you.
I'll ask another question. So you identified components based on personal bests, correct? Something along those lines. Could a man have women in his opponent list and vice versa?
Oh, only at the same gender.
Only at the same gender. I wonder if maybe there are none, I don't know, but if you could identify if there were different genders in the opponent group.
The task of a pacemaker is to shield. The task of a pacemaker is to shield the runner that he is designed to protect. And male pacemakers have personal bests that are typically at least 10 minutes faster than the female they are designed to protect. Because they have to catch the water bottle, they have to run in front of her. And most elite women are accompanied by 2 or 3 male pacemakers in big city marathons. And that's the reason why I suggested to separate the races with mixed starts and separate starts. So the World Athletics, for example, has 2 world records for women, in women-only races and in mixed races. And in mixed races, the world record is much faster than in women-only races.
All right, should we go for drinks?